There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman Soar 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Good morning, women of the Woman Soar International Summit. This is Joy Morgan of Joy Morgan Motivates, and I am extremely excited to welcome you to this 2-day life-changing event. I've been waiting weeks to say welcome, and I'm so excited that you have decided to invest your time into these next 2 days so that you can learn how to soar during these uncertain times. Yes, we have gathered together a great ensemble of dynamic speakers. We've got rich content that I know is going to help take your life and your business and your destiny pursuits to the next level. I'm just excited. I'm ecstatic that you are here with us today. So listen, while you're watching, I want you to go into the comments. Let me know where you're watching from. Let me know what you do. If you have your own business, if you're trying to start your own business, if you're a leader in your organization, I would love the opportunity just to get to know who we are speaking to today. And I want to encourage you throughout the entire event. This is a great networking opportunity. And this is what I always like to say, that the network will only work if you work the net. You've got to work the net. We have brought together through our speakers and our registrants a great net. And I'm telling you, it's a great net that is worth so much to you and what it is that you're aspiring to do. You're going to find value in the net, but it'll only work if you work the net. You just see what I did there? So I want you to go ahead, get into the comments, say hello to one another. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what you do, whether you're a speaker, whether you're an entrepreneur, or aspiring to be any of those things. If you're a leader in your own organization, or listen, if you are a great mom, I am telling you, that is like the best job ever. If you're a wife, if you are just getting your footing then in the entrepreneurial world, that's fine too. Just let us know who you are so we know how we can tailor our information to you and how we can connect one with another. The other thing I'm so extremely excited about is that we literally have people watching from all over the world. I am telling you, I've been blown away when those registrations were coming through, to see you all coming from Canada, to see you coming from all over the United States, Qatar, Singapore, countries that I have to go and look on a map to find out where they are, Australia, all sorts of places. And I am telling you, this is going to make this event that much more rich. So again, I want to welcome you to the Woman Soar International Summit. This 2-day event is sure to help you to soar even in these uncertain times. And so just a little bit about myself. Again, my name is Joy Morgan. Some of you are probably wondering, where did she come from? I've never heard of her before. Well, I'm so glad that I'm getting to meet you now, and you're getting to meet me. I am the CEO of Joy Morgan Motivates. I am a motivational speaker. I am a leadership strategist. I am also an author, and I am a speaker and purpose coach. I love to help people find their voice. I love to help people develop the leader within. And I also have a very special heart, a special passion for those entrepreneurs who are just getting started or have not yet started. So I want to say to you, I'm here for you. I'm here to help you in any of those areas. And so I decided to pull this event together, especially now, because we are coming out of one of the strangest, most uncertain times that we have ever seen on the earth. Yes, and the thing that makes this climate, these times, that much more unique is that it hit everybody in the world. Yes, we have been in a global pandemic over a year now. This month marks a year. And so we as a world, as the entire world, have been going through this global pandemic. And if that wasn't enough, it's been, at least here in the United States, it's been a time of social injustice and political unrest. And it's just been a time of uncertainty. And so I thought that the way we would kick this off is just to first speak to us as ladies in our humanity. I know that we've got business pursuits. I know that we are trying to be the best leader we can be in our careers. But I just wanted to talk to us as women today. And so often we don't deal with just what it has been like trying to manage and navigate this season just as a woman. And so being that this is Women's Empowerment Month, I thought that this would be a great opportunity to speak to women and really know that we are here for you. We here at Joy Morgan Motivates, we are here for you. We want to help you to continue to navigate during this challenging time. Now that it's a year later, many of us have gotten acclimated to wearing the mask. And unfortunately, many of us, we've had to deal with the loss of loved ones due to COVID. We've also had to deal with a lack of money because perhaps we were released from our jobs, and perhaps we've even lost our joy. We've lost our peace, and we've lost our ambition because of all that we have gone through during this time of pandemic. And so what I wanted to share with you to open up, because this is going to be 2 days of empowerment. And so what I thought I'd do is break the day up, break the speakers up by first, let's deal with just us as women and the things that we have to deal with, just living everyday life. But then I thought day 2, we would focus more on our business and our entrepreneurial pursuits. And so I wanted to kick off today's summit by saying it's time to get up and soar. That's right. Put that in the comments. It's time to get up and soar. One more time. Now I want you to say it with me one more time. Get that in the chats. Maybe we need to tell the world on our social media pages. And speaking of that, as you tweet, quote, post things on your Facebook page, please use the hashtag Woman Soar 2021. That's right. The hashtag Woman Soar 2021. So if you want to take a picture of you watching the summit, if you want to pull a notable quote quotable that you're getting from one of the speakers today, then I want you to put as a hashtag Woman Soar 2021 so we can track our journey through these next 2 days. So yes, I wanted to talk to us ladies about it's time to get up and it's time to soar. If you know anything about me and following my motivational speaking, I absolutely love acronyms. And so today I am going to start this talk off by using the acronym GET UP. Get up. It's time to get up. 5 steps to bouncing back when life knocks you down. And have not we been knocked down in one way, shape, or another by this global pandemic and everything else that has happened over the last year? And so we're going to start today with the letter G. And I want to say to you, as I encourage you to get up, it is also our time to grieve our losses. Number one, I want you to grieve the losses in your life. What are those things that have happened to you over the last year, perhaps due to the pandemic, but maybe just outside of the pandemic? There are people that are still, unfortunately, passing away, and it's not due to COVID. You may have lost your job, and it wasn't as a result of what's going on with COVID-19. Perhaps it's just a season of loss for you, that you've lost your direction. Again, as I said earlier, perhaps you've lost your ambition because it's just been so much to manage. And so often, we do not take the proper time to take inventory of our losses. We are so well equipped as women to juggle a million things, and we often have more than one hat that we wear, and we're trying to juggle several different responsibilities. And during that time, there was a commercial, I think it was a battery commercial. We know how to take a licking and keep on ticking, and we do that. We keep going, we keep going. And while we're doing that, perhaps we lost our marriage, we lost a parent, we lost our friends, we lost our job, we lost the savings account that we thought we were going to have, but we keep going, we keep managing, we keep mothering, we keep wifing, we keep on our business pursuits, we keep showing up to the job, right? And we're juggling all of that, and there's things going on that are getting left behind. And one day we wake up and we're upset and we're frustrated, and we are even often finding ourselves in the midst of depression, and we don't know why. And it's often because we did not take the proper time to take inventory of what we lost and allow ourselves to grieve it. And I don't know about you and your part of the world, but I know some people here in New Jersey. I know some people here in the United States that we often feel like we have to be a superhero, and we'll put our cape on and we will do our best to play our superwoman routine and our superwoman role, but all the while we are hurting on the inside. And during these uncertain times, we have to make sure that we give ourselves the permission to grieve whatever we've lost. As I've gotten to know some of the speakers that will be sharing with us over these next 2 days, the fact that they're even able to stand up under the weight of some of the things that they have gone through, it's amazing that they still have the ability and the passion to tell us that we too can soar in our time of challenge. But it just goes to show you that we have it in us to endure. We have it in us to survive, but we have to make sure that we give ourselves the proper permission to take inventory of what we've lost. And if we got to cry, it's okay to cry, ladies. I know that when we were little, sometimes our parents told us, it's not, big girls don't cry, but I want to tell you, it is okay to emote. It is okay to let that emotion out. And when you do that, you are better equipped to take whatever the next day's adversity brings. But I want to encourage you that if you've lost anything during this uncertain time, if you lost anything during the pandemic or outside of the pandemic, I want you to give yourself permission to say, you know what? That hurt. And that's okay to say. I want you to say that in the chat. If you've gone through anything that hurt, I want you to say in the chat right now this morning, you know what? That hurt. And I'm going to grieve that loss. But after we grieve the loss, after we take the necessary time, maybe you need to see a therapist to help you navigate through the loss. Maybe you need to just share it with a friend. Maybe you need to take a couple days off of work. Maybe you need to find a space, a mini vacation, and just go somewhere to clear your mind. After you do that and you properly process the losses in your life, then number two, I want you to now embrace your reality. That's right. Because after we grieve our losses, we get to the point where we realize there are some things that are never going to come back. That's right. And so what we need to do is embrace our reality. And I like to say it this way: it is what it is. Can you say that in the chat, that if you've ever been through anything and you know there's nothing you can do to change it, then I want you to say with me, it is what it is. There is a poem that I love, and it says, God grant me the serenity to change the things I can, or change the things that I cannot change. Let's get that right. Give me the serenity to know that there's things I can't change. Give me the courage to change the things I can, and give me the wisdom to know the difference. I love that poem. Give me the serenity to know there's things that have happened to me I absolutely cannot change. But then there's some need for courage. I'm going to be talking about that tomorrow. There's some things I need courage to change the things I can. But then sometimes we just need the wisdom to know what the difference is. And in that, that's all a part of embracing my reality, the reality of me stepping up and being courageous and changing what I can, the reality of, you know what, I can't do anything about that, so I'm going to stop lamenting over it. And then that wisdom, oh my goodness, that practice of wisdom to be able to discern which is which. That is so important. We must be wise enough to know the difference so that we can embrace our reality. And then after we grieve our losses and we say, you know what, it is what it is. And you've asked for that peace. You've asked for that serenity, right? To accept those things that you cannot change, right? The courage to change the things you can. And now you've gotten the wisdom to know the difference. Then T, because we're still talking about the acronym GET UP. Then I need you to start thinking positively, because we are a product of our thoughts. That where you are today is based on what you thought about yesterday. You are where you are today in your life, in your business, in your leadership, in your family. You are where you are today because of the thoughts you had about yourself yesterday. If you thought that you were capable of being a great leader, you went for it, right? If you thought you were wife material, you got married, right? If you thought I like the climate in this region better than another region, you moved. It starts with a thought. It starts with a thought. And so today, what I want to encourage you to do is let's make sure that our thoughts are working for us. Let's make sure that our thoughts are positive. Let's make sure that we are thinking on good things, that we are thinking on things that are productive, that they are healthy thoughts. And that's why I said to you earlier, and I don't know where you might be in terms of talking to somebody to help you navigate this challenging season or uncertain times, but sometimes we have to talk it out so that we can dump all of the negative thoughts. And when we dump, we need to replace. Okay. So when we get rid of something, just let's not leave our minds empty. Let's replace those thoughts with good thoughts. Begin to tell yourself who you are. I am great. I am awesome. I can do it. I'm a leader. I'm a business owner. Even if you're not, that sometimes we have to catch up. to our words. And so sometimes we might speak something and put some words in the atmosphere that have yet to manifest, but that's okay, because it's something about speaking positively that inspires us and motivates us and empowers us to more. So I want to encourage you that after you embrace the reality, and for some of us, our reality, it just plain stinks. But I am a firm believer that we can find positivity even in any situation. We can find positivity even in a pandemic. Yes, we can. I don't know about you, but I have certainly learned skills that I did not know before the pandemic. The mere fact that you are watching today's summit is positive, because there are other people I know here in the United States. 500,000 people have passed away from COVID-19. But the mere fact that you can hear my voice, that's a place of positivity, even in the midst of a pandemic, even in the midst of uncertain times. And here's the thing, some of us, we feel like we can see the light at the end of the tunnel as it relates to this pandemic and all that's been going on as a result of it. But what this has done is planted a seed in our mind to make us wonder what's next. If this could happen, then what could be next? And so what I'm saying to you is that as these things that we have no idea could be coming to us, we can choose to remain positive. That even if we don't know what tomorrow brings, I know I can bring my positivity to tomorrow. I'm going to say that again, that even if we don't know what tomorrow brings, I know I can bring my positivity to tomorrow. So I want you to think positively. And then next, I want you to, number 4, I want you to use your setbacks as a springboard. I want you to use these challenges, the challenges of this uncertain time and climate. I want you to leverage it. I want you to maximize it. I want you to find opportunity in what the world has called crisis. That I believe crisis is the mother of invention. And that whereas this may have been a summit where we all would come together, I probably would have only had attendees in New Jersey and the surrounding area. But because we've been in the midst of quarantine and in the midst of a global pandemic, it forced me outside of the 4 walls of a meeting space. And now you can watch this summit from anywhere in the world. So although this format, if you will, this context is a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, wow, you get to be empowered for the next 2 days, because of what was considered to be a disadvantage has now become an advantage to so many. And so how can you use the setbacks that you have experienced in the midst of these uncertain times to your benefit? How can you maximize it? What good can we find out of it? I mean, my goodness, I sure wish that I knew to be a mask maker before the pandemic hit, because whoever's making masks are making good money. I'm telling you, sanitizer and all of the different things that have come as a result of trying to manage the pandemic. Now those people are succeeding and really soaring, if you will, in the midst of uncertain times. Is there an invention? Is there something that you could actually find that you could do to kind of meet pain points even in the midst of all this? For some of us, in terms of using our setbacks as a springboard, some of us haven't been around our families as much as we have been over the last year. Perhaps the springboard is that my family is going to be united and closer, and I have a better relationship with my children or my spouse. I don't know what your situation might be, but I'm telling you, what was considered to be a setback could actually be a setup for your comeback. And I believe that even in the midst of this global pandemic, although it feels like we've taken some steps backwards, I believe that there are strategies for us that we can grab a hold of that are going to set us up to spring forth into a better future. And after you do that, after you realize that there are some things that we can do to set ourselves up for a better future, we are going to commit to perseverance. That's right. We have got to persevere. Even in the midst of uncertain times, we've had to persevere in the middle of this pandemic, in the middle of social injustice, in the middle of just political unrest, all of the things that have been happening over the last year. We've had to keep trudging. Some of us got COVID-19 and we had to press our way through. We still had to run our businesses. We still had to run our families. We still had to juggle all of the hats. But perseverance says this, that even though it's challenging and even though it's tough, I'm going to keep going. We have to make sure that we don't allow the uncertainty of the times to paralyze us from action, to paralyze us from moving forward in our purpose and our destiny. It is so important that we take what the world, again, has called a disadvantage, a setback, and take it and make that our platform to speak upon. That's what I like to say. And if you knew anything about my story, I was diagnosed when I was 17 or 18 years old with something called Crohn's disease, a debilitating chronic condition of the digestive system. And I was in the middle of school. I was an undergrad engineering student. And if you know anything about engineering, it's a grueling discipline. And I was diagnosed in the middle of that. But I had to learn how to persevere. And because I persevered through a chronic disease, it gave me the perseverance I needed to go and get my master's degree. And after I finished that and dealing with the challenges of being sick and being newly married, I've learned how to just grind. I've learned how to push. And every season set me up to give me more of what I needed for the next season. So now as a doctoral student in strategic leadership, I have learned the art of perseverance through all of the papers and all of the many hats that I'm wearing, and I'm still able to go through school. That's called perseverance. And then a global pandemic hits, and here we are trying to manage people and manage my business and manage conferences and workshops and empowering women and doing all that I do and still persevering. And if I can do it, I wanted to close this by saying, I know you can do it too. But it starts with making a decision to get up. Because the truth of the matter is, some of you are here today and you are excelling in your business. You are excelling as an entrepreneur. You're excelling as a leader. But if some of us were honest, we're watching today in hopes of getting the encouragement, the inspiration, and the motivation that we need to just get up from what has been a difficult time, a challenging time, an uncertain time that really has the potential to keep us from getting up and doing what we've been called to do. But you came to the right place over these next 2 days, that we want to give you the tools and the tips that you need to get up and soar. And so as I leave this discussion here, I said, it's time to get up to soar. And I use an acronym for SOAR as well. It means for me to stand out above the rest. So I don't want you to just get up and just barely make it. I want you to get up so that you can stand out above the rest. And let me give you a little secret. The mere fact that you desire or have chosen to get up at all has already put you in front of the pack. And I want to say, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for showing up. I'm proud of you for surviving. And I want to get you to a place from survival from surviving to thriving, so that you can soar, so that as you soar, you can look back and help somebody else, help another woman do the same. That's my story, is that I was knocked down. I don't have time. I don't have enough time allotted in my session today to tell you all the ways in which I've been knocked down. But what I can tell you is I got back up, and I got back up so that I can soar, so that I can help you soar too. So I want to thank you for joining me for today's session. And listen, you know, this whole message of getting up is near and dear to me, so near and dear to me that I actually wrote a book about it. And I entitled it, Get Up, 5 Steps to Bouncing Back When Life Knocks You Down. And I wrote this I am a woman of faith. And so it's my personal journey with all of the things that have happened to me, including Crohn's disease, and how I used my faith to get up. And so if anybody is interested in hearing my personal journey with getting up after life knocks you down, I want to encourage you just to go to Amazon and you can pick that up for yourself. But if not, I hope today's talk gave you the motivation and inspiration you need to get up after life has knocked you down, because you have to soar. It's your time. So thank you for joining me today. And listen, I want you to enjoy the rest of the summit. It's going to be amazing. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and then our next speaker is going to come, and I'll be back with you again tomorrow to close the summit out, because I'm telling you, by the time we get there, I know we're going to be on a high, and I just want to make sure that we leave the summit celebrating our ability to soar in uncertain times. So thank you for joining me. Stay tuned for the next speaker.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman Soar 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
In every adversity lies a great seed of opportunity. I didn't say it. Napoleon Hill said it once, but I truly believe in it. My dear friends, my name is Nisha Shivram, and today I will be sharing my story of how I found a wonderful opportunity in this adversity. It was in the year 2020. Yes, last year, when pandemic hit all of us, I was sitting in the comforts of my house wondering, my God, what an adverse situation we all are in, and where is it taking all of us to? I was depressed. I was demotivated. I had nothing to look forward to. I did not even have the energy to get up early morning and do the simple chores of my daily life. And then, to find that small dose of inspiration, I started reading articles about different people and how they are facing challenges in this adverse situations on Google. And that is when I stumbled upon an article about a man living in the suburbs of Kolkata in India who has been living in lockdown for 40 years. Yes, locked down for 40 years. And the caption or the title of that article said, "Lockdown? What's that?" And there was a picture of a man lying on his bed with a big smile on his face. Now that intrigued me. I was curious to know his story. I wanted to know that why is this man has been living in lockdown for 40 years, and who is this man with such a beautiful smile on his face? As I started reading that article, I realized that this man is not an ordinary man. His name is Rajiv Poddar, and he has been a tutor, a mentor for more than 1,000 students all across the world. So what is so special about him? At the age of 9, when one day Rajiv came back from his school, he started complaining about a stomach ache. His parents gave him medicines. Stomach ache vanished, but next day he realized that he was not able to move, or he was not able to get up from his bed. That is when his parents took him to the hospital, and doctors declared that Rajiv has been paralyzed. His body below his shoulders has become powerless. No motion. And there stopped Rajiv's life. He stopped going to school because he could not sit, stand for a long time. At the age of 9, he was confined to the 4 walls of his house. Imagine a 9-year-old kid who's supposed to go out and play with his friends and enjoy life, but he was lying on his bed, looking around, looking for hope. His life was completely shattered. But then, at that age, he realized that nobody can come to save him. Only he can save himself. But how was the question? So to kill time, he started reading books, he started reading newspapers, he started reading various magazines and started increasing his knowledge on various topics. And one fine day it so happened that one boy from his neighborhood came to him and he wanted Rajiv to help him with a maths problem. Rajiv helped him, and that boy's parents liked the way Rajiv explained things to him. So they approached him and requested him to take tuition classes for that young boy, which Rajiv willingly accepted. And there started the journey of a tutor. From that one student, suddenly his class was swamped with so many other students from his neighborhood. Since then, Rajiv has been conducting tuition classes, lying on his bed without moving, and he has taught so many students all across the world. Now, when pandemic hit, he again saw an opportunity and started conducting his classes online. Yes, he does it even today. He has been a quiz master. He conducts his online show where he invites dignitaries from various fields and he conducts interviews. So as I read this article and I pondered over my situation and asked myself, Nisha, this adversity that you're talking about and you're so depressed about, you are not alone in this situation. The whole world is facing the same situation. So why are you so depressed? The second question that I asked myself is, can you control the situation? Answer was no. I cannot control COVID. All I can do is just follow the precautions laid down by the government and just be at home. What is it that I can control is my response to this situation. When I gained answers for all these questions that I had, the next option for me was to think of alternates or think of finding some opportunities in this adverse situations to come out of the depression. As I realized that I'm not the only one who is going through this situation, there are a lot of other people. In fact, the entire world is going through the same situation, and there are a lot of people who are in depression just like me and who need that small dose of inspiration to just get up from their bed and do something. And that is when I thought of conducting an online show where I could invite people from different parts of the world to come and share their inspiring stories to the world. Now, let me tell you that those people who came on my show are simple individuals, are ordinary individuals. They are not trained speakers. They are not well-established speakers. They are all ordinary people who faced challenges, who faced adversities and found opportunities in these adversities and rose in their lives. So I started this online show in the month of June 2020 named Talksopedia, and today Talksopedia we have conducted more than 30 episodes till now. And the good thing is, Mr. Rajiv was one of the guests in Talksopedia. He came, he spoke, and he conquered, like always. I found an opportunity in adversity. If I can, you can. When adversity hits us, all we do is think about the problem and we start focusing on the problem rather than looking for solutions. When any adversity hits us, be it a pandemic like this, be it a financial challenge, a personal challenge, or a professional challenge, what we need to first do is to acknowledge the adversity. Yes, we have to first acknowledge and accept that yes, we are in this adverse situation. What we normally do is we just look at the problem and we think that, oh my God, what am I going to do? What is going to happen? How would my future look like? That is what we start thinking about. So first we have to accept that yes, this is an adverse situation and I am in that adverse situation and this situation is not under my control. What is under my control is my response to the situation. So once you acknowledge and accept the adversity, after that, you should be thankful about the things that are positive in your life. Look around you. Have you got enough food on your plate? Yes. Have you got a shelter to live in? Yes. Have you got good friends or relatives or family to support? Yes. Be thankful to all the good things that are there in your life. Once you pay your gratitude, once you are thankful to all the good things, then you need to sit and look for opportunities in that adverse situation. In my show Talksopedia, once came a 90-year-old woman who started her own brand of homemade pickles during pandemic. A 90-year-old woman. Imagine, at 90, people start thinking of leaving the world peacefully. But this woman had dreams and she was unable to fulfill her dreams because of her family responsibilities and a lot of other duties that she had to finish off. At 90, especially when the pandemic hit, she realized that there lies an opportunity in this adversity because outside the world is in chaos. People are not going out to buy food, buy good food. So why not I can do something for these people? And that is how she started cooking and selling those food to the people she knows. and there started a brand called Aimee, which literally means mother, dear mother. At 90, she did it. There are many youngsters who started a business in this pandemic. Since the entire world has gone online, many people have started their digital businesses, selling food items, selling pickles, selling homemade spices, providing coaching services. Everything was started during this pandemic because those are the people who saw an opportunity in this adverse situation, like I did. You can also do the same and soar like a phoenix. You don't have to succumb to the situation. You can survive. Try to find opportunities. Try to take a little time out of your busy schedule or not so busy schedule and think of those opportunities. When you will think of those opportunities, you will see doors opening right in front of you. And then you will realize that you have literally buried the passions and talents that you had. And let me tell you, this is the right time to dust off those passions and share it with the world. Ask yourself, what am I passionate about? Do I like teaching? Do I like cooking? Do I like gardening? And when you will realize that you have one particular passion, why not you share it with the world through these digital platforms? Everybody is making use of social media at this point of time, so do it. Social media is not there to just make an impression on others, but to make an impact in their lives. And there lies an opportunity for all of you. So dust off your passions and talents and share it with the world, and that is how you are going to find an opportunity in this adverse situation. You do not have to close the doors and sit in the confine yourself in the four walls of your house. No, there lies ample opportunities. If a 40-year-old woman with 2 little kids can do it, you can do it. Today, Talksopedia has become the talk of the town. And people send me requests to be a speaker on the show because they want to share their stories with the world. I don't have to run around or chase people and beg them to come and speak. People are coming to me saying that, Nisha, I want to speak. I want to share my story and tell people that there is a hope in this world. If I can do it, guys, you can do it. Believe me, there lies a great opportunity in every adversity. All you need to do is just acknowledge and accept the adversity. Be thankful of all the good things that is happening in your life and think about the passions and talents that you have, which you did not use for a long time. Now is the time to use it. So make use of that passion, that talent, and make use of your digital platforms. Make use of Instagram, make use of LinkedIn, make use of Facebook. It's high time that we do it. All these social media platforms are there for you to make an impact in others' lives. But what we rather do is we take pictures, we take our selfies, we post it, and then we wait for people to comment and like on it. We wait for hours and days to see how many likes and comments have we received on our profile pictures. And then when we don't get enough, we get into depression. So why not make use of these social media platforms to make an impact by using the passion and talent that you have? This is a great opportunity, and since everything has gone online, you have an opportunity to shine and soar like everybody else. There are ample number of people out there who started their businesses during pandemic. It's not because it's not because they did not find anything else to do. It's because they realized that it's high time that they use their potentials, their talents and passions in the right way. They all have done it, and they are earning millions and millions because of the business, and that too during pandemic. I remember my friend who lives in Pune, he left his job and he started terrace gardening. And now he's into organic farming. And he not only grows those vegetables, he sells it. And people are buying it. Though it's expensive, they are buying it, because in this chaos, in this pandemic, they are not relying on the products that are available in the market because of the virus. So they buy these products. So why not think of having, such a business? Anything that you like, be it cooking, be it painting, drawing, sketching. What is your passion? What are you doing with that passion? Are you using it? This is the right time to do it. This is your opportunity. And this is the time when you can take advantage of these opportunities and make use of your passion and talents and share it with the world. And Toxopedia is always here. If any of you feel that you have a story that you can share with the world, you can always contact me. You can always search for Toxopedia on Facebook. We run a group named Toxopedia on Facebook, and I have got more than 1,500 members on it. Be a part of it. If you want to share the story with the world, just let me know, and you will be there on my show sharing the story with the world and making a difference with one single story. And I repeat, as Napoleon Hill said, that there lies a seed of opportunity in every adversity. All you need to do is just acknowledge, accept, being thankful of all the good things, and just bring out the sleeping passion that you had and share it with the world. And then you will soar and soar high one day. Thank you so much, and I wish that I would see you all once again in an international summit like this. Take care. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman Soar 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sharnell McCord, and I am the CEO and founder of Oasis Wellness Group. I am a clinically licensed therapist in the state of New Jersey, and I am so excited to be here with you all today as I'm going to be discussing with you certainly uncertain, learning to adapt in times of transition. Before I jump in, I just want to thank Coach Joy Morgan for hosting the Woman Soar International Summit to give us an opportunity to talk about how we can level up as women, as we can level up as leaders, as we're on this journey. And so I'm going to jump right in here. And so today I'm going to be talking about change and transition and how we can adapt to transition, especially during this time. Change and transition is the one constant in life. And yet, if we're honest, we are often surprised when change comes and when we have to transition. But for all of us, we actually got a quick lesson, like a real quick lesson in change and transition as of March of 2020. You know what I'm talking about, right? As of March of 2020, our realities literally changed overnight. And we were forced into a period of transition and having to make like really quick life adjustments. Like from everybody leaving the house every day to go to work to all of a sudden the home becoming your office and it becoming a school building, right? From being able to engage in whatever activities you wanted to being quarantined at home with no access to any outside activities and seemingly no end date in sight. And from one day being able to go out and utilize external activities and external forces to serve as our motivation and for our self-care practices, to one day having to turn intrinsically and look at ourselves, giving new meaning to the word self-care, right? We could no longer go out the house and go to the spa and go to the gym and all these things that we normally do in order to engage in self-care. So we were forced to literally engage in self-care from what we could do from within ourselves, right? And then, if that wasn't bad enough, being forced into this time of global transition, then one day, after months and months, and for some people, even a year now, we have to face another major and what I call forced transition and coming out of the time period of the quarantine, right? Another major transition and figuring out what this new normal is and how life will look now after having experienced this pandemic. Now we are learning to adapt to life in this new normal. We are in another period, in another season of transition. And we have to figure out what life will look like, right? For all of us, we have to sit down and take an assessment of our life and figure out what life is going to look like for us personally, what it's going to look like for us career-wise, what it's going to mean for our health, and even family considerations, and so much more, so many other things that we have to consider during this time of transition. And so it is no wonder to me that with all that this last year has brought us, that mental health has become a major highlight for this past year. And if anybody has looked around, you saw that there has been a big push and a campaign for mental health and for everybody just to do what they have to do to begin to look at themselves and put in the work that is necessary so that we can be mentally and emotionally well. And so it became a major highlight of this past year because we were facing so many changes. We were going through so much transition and so much uncertainty that it was hard to establish a baseline and for us to get our equilibrium together, right? We were forced to make quick decisions, constantly having to reconsider and analyze different facts about what the news was saying, what the new occurrences was, whether we were coming out, whether we were staying in, what we were allowed to do, what we weren't, right? We had to constantly analyze and reconsider different facts to make new decisions on top of confusion, on top of worry, on top of fear, fumbling your way through working from home and trying to help your kids with virtual learning. And not even to mention the emotional trauma you may have already been dealing with prior to the pandemic. Because over this last year, we've been focused on the pandemic and all that we've experienced mentally, emotionally because of the pandemic. But the reality is many people were already experiencing other mental and emotional traumas that they were trying to deal with. And then we just added the pandemic on top of that, which made this mental health and emotional health concern an even bigger concern. right? And so it's important that we first understand transition, right? So what is transition? Transition is the process or a period of changing from one state or condition to another. So basically, it's like when water turns into ice, right? The water has gone through a transition from that liquid state. It went in the freezer, it froze, and then it became a solid. And so it has become ice. That is a period of transition, going from one state or one condition to another one. But what we also need to look at when it comes to transition is that transition is also an internal and psychological process of adapting to a new situation. Let me repeat that again because that is such an important point. Transition is also an internal and psychological process of adapting to a new situation. And so when we go through transition, we're not just going through the physical and the tangible aspects of it, right? Of like changing clothes, that's a transition. That's a physical and tangible aspect. But it is actually also an internal and psychological or mental process that we go through of adapting to a new situation, to a new normal, right? And some transitions happen very quickly and some transitions happen very slowly. And depending on who you are will determine how long you're in this place of transition. And so transitions, we have to understand, they can be welcomed. We do experience some welcome transitions. These welcome transitions are things such as graduating high school or college, right? Entering a new phase of life, getting married, having a baby, getting a new job, buying a home. These are all welcome transitions, right? These are things that we enjoy and we welcome into our lives. But the fact of the matter is that they are still transitions. But then we also have unwelcome transitions. What are the unwelcome transitions? Well, one, the pandemic was an unwelcome transition, right? Going into lockdown, not being able to do whatever we want and move about how we want, right? So that was a transition. Other unwelcome transitions are sudden losses, right? Those sudden losses, whether it's a death, it could be a layoff, it could be a loss of a friendship. Maybe you had an item that you treasured, like for instance, if someone lost their wedding ring, right? That is an unwelcome transition. It's an uncomfortable place to be in. So we have sudden losses, end of relationships, or even a health concern. An unwelcome transition is going to the doctor one day and you think you're just going in for a checkup and then you're leaving out with a diagnosis. It is also an unwelcome transition. The reason why we struggle so much with these changes is because as people, we prefer routine because routine grounds us and it establishes us in stability. Oftentimes, when we talk about routine, we talk about it as it pertains to children. We look at, making sure that children have a routine. And that's a lot what everyone complained about during the pandemic is with school shutting down and with virtual learning, it threw the students off from their routine. But the reality is that even us as adults, we have to establish ourselves in some type of routine because it gives us stability, right? And as people, we always want to be in control. Transition throws us off from being able to have full control. When we go through a time of transition, everything is just out of order. We don't know what's what. We don't know if we're coming and going during that time. But as people, we pride ourselves on having control over our lives. Because if I have control over my lives, it gives me predictability. It gives me inevitability, right? But when we're in phases and times of transition, it does not allow for us to continue to keep control. And so there are three main challenges that we face in transition. The first challenge is emotional. The second challenge is about stability and security. And the third challenge is in our mindset. So let's go through it. So for emotions, it is a challenge of transition because we go into a state of shock and we go numb. We don't know how to feel. We go on these roller coaster of emotions, and things are happening all at one time. Perhaps you're happy for a new beginning, right? Because you're going through a transition, so there is going to be a new beginning somewhere, but at the same time, you're sad because something ended or you're having to leave something behind. Your emotions may be unbalanced, and so you're trying to work to gain your footing during this time of change. And so then we have to look at stability. Stability signifies security for us. When we're stable, we're secure, because stable means that nothing nothing hard is coming our way, right? And that things are going to go as planned. A basic human survival need is security. When we lack stability, when we lack stable ground, we lack security, and therefore it agitates our survival instinct. And so as we go through transition, we struggle again, stability being one of the challenges of transition. And then the last challenge of transition is our mindset. And mindset, because in times of transition, we have to think differently. We have to think thoroughly, and we have to think quickly. Let me say that again, because that's so good. During times of transition, we have to think differently, we have to think thoroughly, and we have to think quickly. Transition requires a lot of decision making. And so we have to be up for a new line of thinking in order to make sound decisions, because old patterns, old behaviors, and ways of doing things may not be the best thing and may not be the best decision for this new season that you have entered. And so we have to think differently. We have to think through the situations, and sometimes we have to think quickly, because sometimes in transition, depending on what kind of transition it is, you don't have a lot of time to make you know what I'm saying? You don't have a lot of time to take your time to make a well thought out or to make this 3-week plan. Sometimes you have to think quickly and be able to transition in your mindset quickly so that you can come to the best decision for you in this season. And so there are 3 stages of transition. There are 3 stages of transition. There's an English professor from like the 1800s, and his name was William Bridges, and he wrote a book called Transition. I said the 1800s, I mean in the 80s, not the 1800s. He wrote a book called Transitions in the 80s, and he asserted that there are 3 stages to transition, right? The first stage is beginning with an ending. The second stage is an uncomfortable neutral zone in the middle where personal growth is taking place. And the third stage is ending with a beginning. And so we'll jump into those really quickly. And so the first stage, he says, is beginning with an ending. Endings are hard, whether they are planned or whether they're abrupt. Even with welcome endings, we have a difficult time navigating it because it means a new normal needs to be established, right? And so if you think about it, when I transition into a new phase, or if I transition into a new stage, I am beginning by ending a thing. And that's why he says that this is the first stage. Bridges identified 5 tasks that we have to master in order to successfully move to the next chapter and embrace the ending that we are beginning with. The 5 tasks are disengagement, dismantling, disenchantment, disidentification, and disorientation. Let me explain those really quickly. So the first task we have to master as we're beginning with an ending is disengagement. It's separating from what's familiar. When you go through a transition, you are separating from something that's familiar, right? Whether it's transitioning out of a job, whether it's transitioning out of a relationship, whether it's moving, because that's a transition as well. We have to be able to overcome and master disengagement, right? Even though that we're separating from what's familiar, being okay and comfortable for establishing a new familiar, right? The second task that we must master is dismantling. Dismantling is letting go of what is no longer needed. As I said in a point previously, that a lot of times what happens is we try to bring the old into the new season of transition. We can't bring the old into the new season of transition. We have to let go of what is no longer needed because because it may not be what's best for you in this new season. And so we have to dismantle some old patterns or some old habits or even some physical, tangible things. We have to dismantle and let go of what is no longer needed so that we can invite newness into our life. The third task we must master is disenchantment. What does that mean? Disenchantment is discovering that things no longer make sense. Think about that for a second. When you go through a transition and you get to this place where everything is unfamiliar, you start to discover that things no longer make sense. But in order for us to master this, we have to be okay with new. A lot of us want new and will verbalize, oh, give me something fresh and something new, but we haven't mastered this stage and this task of disenchantment and discovering that some things may no longer make sense, but that's okay. It's only for a little while. I'm going to be able to establish a new sense of sense, if that makes sense. Y'all see what I did there? The fourth one is disidentification, right? Disidentification, this task is reevaluating your identity. When you go through a season of transition, you're going to go through a phase of having to develop new parts of your identity, right? If I've lived somewhere, if I lived in the same house for 25 years of my life, that house has become a part of my identity. But if I move to a new state or if I move to a new town or whatever it may be, I have to, now my identity is changing because my address has changed, right? And perhaps your neighborhood has changed. And with your neighborhood comes with new neighbors, right? And so we are constantly in transition, having to reevaluate our identity and figuring out if what I'm identifying with and if who I am today actually keeps up with this new season in my life. And then the fifth task he says that we have to overcome is disorientation. And disorientation is a vague sense of losing touch with one's reality. Again, going along with the moving analogy, right? If I move, I may used to drive into work a certain way every day, right? But when I move, I can no longer take that route. And so I may be disoriented for a while, like I'm not quite sure where to go, and I'm having to use my GPS again, and I may just feel agitated or anxious because I'm a little bit disoriented. But when we master, again, leaning into the newness of the situation and doing what we have to do to get reoriented, we can master and overcome that task of beginning with an ending, right? And so the goal of this first stage of transition, right? This is still where we are. The first stage of transition is beginning with an ending. The goal of this stage is to let go of the past and honor and grieve the ending, but then get to a place of acceptance of the ending. You're gonna have to let go of the past when you're transitioning. You can't continue to hold on because you'll be way back and way down. But we wanna honor and grieve the ending and be able to move forward and get to a place of acceptance. There's 3 strategies in place that in order for us to use in order to get to that place. One, we have to come to grips with the fact that the change has happened. Don't go into denial because it will delay your growth. Come to grips with it, embrace and lean into the reality that the change has happened. The second strategy is to engage the transition. Do your research about the transition and be well informed. Whatever information that's going to help you to make a better transition. The more information and understanding we have, the easier it is for us to be able to accept the ending, right, that we're beginning this transition with. And then number 3, honor what has been lost, but at the same time, welcome and cherish what has been and what will be gained. You're entering, even though you're beginning with an ending, you're entering a new season. And so maybe some things were put to the wayside, maybe some things were lost, but then that also means that new opportunity is coming your way. And so you're able to welcome yourself, open yourself up to welcome and cherish what has been and what will be gained during this season and time of transition. And then the second stage that Bridges tells us, of transition is the uncomfortable neutral zone. He says that in the uncomfortable neutral zone is actually where the growth is taking place in the transition. It's this empty in-between time when everything feels as though it's up for grabs. You don't quite know who you are or how you're supposed to behave, right? This is the most uncomfortable stage of transition, right? Because it's a time of confusion, a time of living with, you know that there was a clear ending, but at at the same time, there's no clear beginning. Like, you don't know what the newness is going to be or what it's going to look like. It's also, but it's also a time for clarity to develop, and a place for you to start developing yourself and re-identifying yourself in order to get this new beginning, right? And so 3 ways that we can navigate through this neutral zone, even though it's the uncomfortable stage, is 1, don't expect quick settling. Things will take time to settle and to feel normal again. Allow it to take time and don't rush for settlement too soon, or you'll become anxious. The second one is to set goals to help your progression in the transition. You're working towards being settled and toward a new beginning, right? But don't be a passive spectator in your transition. Be an active engager so that you are continuously moving forward and not stopping and getting stuck. Setting goals around this time of transition and then working towards those goals will help you to reach this new beginning. And then the third strategy to navigate the neutral zone is to remember your whys. When you feel uncertain and confused and things get tough in your transition, go back to your why. If it was a welcome transition, your why for making a transition. And if it was an unwelcome transition, the whys for your life, right? Why? I decided to move. Why did I decide to move? Allow that to fuel you, right? But if it was an unwelcome transition at the same time, what are the whys for your life? You wanting to better your life, you wanting to grow, you have goals that you're trying to attain, right? So hold on to your whys, because knowing and remembering your whys help to keep you motivated, and it gives you the push that you need to not throw in a towel and give up during this time of transition. And then the third stage and the last stage of transition that Bridges tells us is that we are ending with a beginning. It ends with a beginning. So we ended with a beginning, and then we're ending. We're ending. Hold on. Let me go back. Let me make sure I'm not confused, y'all. So we began with an ending, right? And now we're ending with a beginning, right? Sometimes beginnings are really exciting, and then sometimes, if we're honest, beginnings are anticlimactic. And although some individuals may feel invigorated by beginnings, often it takes time to become adjusted to a new identity and to a new situation. Even a beginning considered to be positive by societal standards, like getting married or having a child or getting a job promotion, can be extremely stressful, if we're honest, as those affected become attuned to an unfamiliar landscape. You have to get used to living with your spouse. You have to get used to what it is to be married. You have to get used to not having a child, to now having a child, and the responsibility coming in with that. Even with a promotion, we get excited to get promoted. We get excited for the money that may come with it, the raise that may come with it. But it usually, a promotion means more responsibility. It means a new job function to learn. And so it can be stressful, right? And so we have to utilize the clarity that you developed in that neutral zone, right? Because that's your time of personal development and growth and reflection. You want to utilize that clarity in the neutral zone and accept the challenge of working in a changed environment. You want to think of this phase, right? You want to think of this third phase ending with a beginning. You want to think of this as a fresh start for you. This is a fresh start. It's a newness. And so 3 strategies that will help you to settle into your new beginning is 1, engage in the opportunity of the newness. Anything new comes with fresh opportunity to reinvent yourself, new relationships, new connections. It helps you to reassess your focus. You get exposure to new and different things, right? And so when you lean into the newness and engage every opportunity that comes with it, you're guaranteed to get some growth. The third strategy is to develop a problem-solving and safety plan. Safety plans are basically things that we use in case of a crisis, right? As a clinically licensed therapist, if I have a client who may have some dangerous behaviors or depressive episodes or something that I may be concerned about for their safety, we'll develop a safety plan. And basically what it is, we'll sit down and we'll write out what exactly the client can do, what their coping skills are, people they can reach out to, what helps them during that time of crisis. During transition, developing a safety plan would help us. so that we have a tangible plan in front of us, so that we remember some steps to do as we transition. With new beginnings, there always comes challenges to solve. And so spend time forecasting for potential bumps in the road, and then strategize and plan to overcome them. The reality is you won't be able to foresee and plan for every potential problem, but give yourself a springboard and plan and a plan of safety so that you have to start with. And then a third strategy as you settle into your new beginning is to celebrate the wins. As you make progress in your transition, celebrate every win, no matter how small it is. One, this gives you markers for your success and progress, but two, celebrating your wins motivates you to keep moving forward. When we win, it releases those feel-good chemicals in our bodies, right, that boost our mood. And when our moods are good, we have the energy and the mental and emotional strength and capacity to keep hitting the goals and to keep winning. This helps us to continuously operate from a good place. And so I want to end on this. I want to give you 10 ways to adapt during times of transition. 10 ways to adapt during times of transition. Number one, embrace the transition as an opportunity to create new memories. You have an opportunity to re-identify yourself, to reinvent yourself. You have the opportunity to experience new things. And so we embrace it. We are actually embracing the transition as an opportunity for us to create new memories in our life, right? Number two, rise to the challenge of the change. Don't shrink back. Don't sit back. Rise to the challenge. This is just yet another thing that you may have to overcome, because railing against it is not going to help you. And our normal response is to rail against what doesn't feel comfortable, to rail against transition. But when you rail against it, what you're actually doing is you're causing more opposition to come up against yourself. But if you rise to the challenge, what you're doing is that you're meeting the challenge face on, you're meeting it head on, and then you're able to put steps in place in order for you to have a successful transition, right? Number three, lean into the harvest of change and transition. Change and transition and routine can serve as stimulation to your stagnation. Think about that for a second. We can get stuck doing the same thing every single day. And so we don't want change because, this is routine. But at the same time, we also get bored, we get tired, and we get stagnant. But when a change and a transition comes, it's actually an opportunity for us to be stimulated again, right? Stimulated in whatever that area is so that we can avoid being stagnant. Number four, remember your track record, right? Remember your past successes, the times that you've successfully navigated a previous transition. As you face a new challenge, use the knowledge from that old situation and that old transition that you've managed to cope with before to give you strength that you'll be able to make it through this time because of your track record. Number five, lean into your support system. Research shows and researchers stress research in stress and coping tells us that social support is one of the most significant keys to successfully managing our change. Even an online community of people going through similar experiences can give you an emotional boost, right? And so during this time of the pandemic, we were leaning into Facebook more and social media more, right? And even though they weren't close personal relationships, it was just a community of people. It was communal that had similar experiences. And so that helped to give us an emotional boost to feel like that we weren't by ourselves. So lean into your support system during times of change and transition, because it will actually help you to give you the boost that you need. Number six, get ahead of the inevitable, AKA prepare yourself, right? It's hard to prepare, right, for transitions, especially for ones that you haven't planned for. Unwelcome ones will be hard to prepare for, but the ones that you foresee coming, plan for the major transitions the best way that you can, because when you have a plan, it helps you emotionally, you feel more in control of the situation, and things may not work out as planned, but again, at least you have a springboard of something to work off of. Number seven, use the time of transition and engage it as a tool of assessment. What am I saying? Reflect on where your life has been and then where your life is going. What have you not been satisfied with, and what do you want some change in? Number eight, we're moving right along. Choose positivity. Positivity is a choice. It is a mindset, and it's a choice that we choose. Choose positivity. Even in unwelcome change, choose to find the positive in your transition. It's going to take a mindset refocus. Yes, we see all of the negatives. Yes, our disposition as people is to focus on everything that's not going right. But take some time to practice mindfulness and choose your mindset and look at what is going right. Because as you choose positivity, it will help you to experience your transition differently. Number 9, accept and embrace the inevitability of transition. As I said earlier in the presentation, earlier in this workshop, listen, change is the only thing that's constant. It's inevitable and we can't change it. And so at some point we have to learn to accept it and embrace that life is going to change. It doesn't mean that it's going to get bad. It doesn't mean that it's wrong. It just means that it's a difference in where we are now from where we were yesterday. And then last but not least, number 10, developing good coping and self-care practices. Change comes with emotional weight. And so we have to develop good strategies to cope with difficulty and know when we need to seek help. It is okay to seek help when you're going through a change or transition and it is difficult for you. It is okay to go to counseling. It is okay to seek a friend. If you're in the church, it's okay to seek pastoral counseling. It's okay to seek wise counsel, maybe from a friend or a neighbor or whatever resources are in front of you. Go ahead and seek help. Get the help that you need when you're dealing with difficulty. Don't try to do it alone. Make sure your self-care is on point. Have the mind escapes, right? Mindlessness activities that you can do. Being mindful of how you're feeling and what's going on with you. If you're tired, making sure that you're resting appropriately and checking in on your health, right? Because again, as we're going through change and transition, the emotional weight that comes, there are chemicals that are released, and there's all kinds of scientific and physiological processes that happens. And so we want to also make sure that we're keeping up with our health and going for health checks, because that is a part of self-care too, right? Taking time to adapt to the adjustments. Be patient with yourself. It's not going to happen overnight, but this is your race and you go at your pace. Nobody can force you to go quicker than you can. Go at the pace that you need, but be patient with yourself. Give yourself some grace. Give yourself some love as you transition, because transitions are difficult, right? And again, reestablishing routines and developing a mindset of change. And so I hope that today I was able to impart something for you, and that all of these 10 ways to adapt to change and transition are helping you during this time, because we know that as we're going to soar, as we're going to stand out above the rest, we have to be able to embrace even the emotional aspects of it and make sure that our emotional capacity for change and transition is something that we can handle. And so really quickly, I want to share something with you, because as we go through this time of change and transition, I believe that I have something in place that's going to be helpful for you to be able to make quick change and be able to make quick transition. So I'm going to go ahead and share. Let me go ahead and share my screen with you. And so what I want to offer you is, sometimes it can be difficult to go through change and transition of your own. And so during this time, as we're starting to get back into a place of a little bit more normal, sometimes we just need help working through the process of transition. And so again, as I told you, I am a clinically licensed therapist, and I do have a counseling center, a group practice. And one of the things that I want to be able to help you with today is I am launching the ACT coaching group. What is it? It is the Accept, Change, and Transition coaching group. Through this group, I'm going to be able to help you to assess where you are, assess the major life transitions that you have gone through that maybe you didn't even realize were major life transitions, and that you have struggled with. After we assess, we're going to put some steps into place to help you to have a healthy transition, to be able to move through the process healthily. And then we're going to talk about how you can preemptively prepare for the next next transitions in your life. Normally, this kind of group, this is about a $465 value, but because you are watching today on the Woman Soar International Summit, I am offering this group for only $150. It is 6 hours of instruction, and I'm throwing in a free copy of my workbook, Your Journey to Mental Wellness, a Jumpstart Journal, as just a little freebie to continue to help you on your journey. I only have 10 spaces available. And so if you are interested, I need you to go to bit.ly/Oasis Act, all capitalized, bit.ly/Oasis Act, and sign up today. There are only 10 spaces available. It's going to go quickly. I'm not going to open it up until after the summit, but after the summit, I am going to open it up. And so if you're interested, I encourage you to go ahead, sign up, and then I will be in touch with you about how you can get started and what I can do to help you as we go through this time of transition and change. And so that's what I have for you. And then I also encourage you to go ahead and follow me. I am on Instagram and I'm on Facebook, both at Oasis Wellness Group. If you just want to keep in touch, if you want some mental health tips to see what it is that I have going on, other groups and other resources that I may have coming soon. And so once again, my name is Sharnell McCord, and I thank you for allowing me to be here with you today. I hope that you all have an amazing day and learn so much during this summit, because there's a wealth of information that's coming your way. Bye.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman Soar 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Joy Morgan motivates, and you awesome, amazing women out there that took time out to invest in yourself at Woman Soar 2021 International Summit. I applaud you. I tell you, if no one's told you yet, I'm going to be the first to tell you. Yes, it is all about you. I'm Wandria McCord Hampton, and I am a wife. I'm a mother. I'm a grandmother. I'm the author of a book entitled My Marvelous Melodious Life of Men and Music, and I am the CEO of Zoe Woman Enterprises. Our company is a company dedicated to women just like you, to connect you with your purpose and your passion. That's right. I am proud to say I am a proud passion pusher. And I can tell you through experience, I know what it's like to put your dreams on a shelf. But I'm here to remind you, ladies, that it is time for you to dream again. I want to tell you my story. Back in 2011, I was the co-founder of a charter school in suburban New Jersey. Now, at that time, there were plenty of charter schools in urban areas, but very few in the suburbs. And we were so proud of our mission and our vision to educate and empower tomorrow's leaders. We had an academic curriculum like no other. And we were excited when we opened up the doors to our 180 students to open up our arms to parents, the community, our staff, our teachers. Our school was really like no other. When a lot of our students came to us, they were in 3rd, 4th grade, but unfortunately, they were reading on some of them kindergarten levels, 1st grade level, and doing math on a 2nd grade level. So we had our work cut out for us, but we did not allow the reports to deter us. We were determined to give those students the best possible education. And over the years, we were able to close their learning gaps, but they were struggling to get on grade level. So we decided to hire a management company, experts in curriculum, experts in, academics and closing that achievement gap. But when you bring in someone else to help raise your baby that doesn't understand the mission, and though they can read the vision, they don't have the heart, and they don't have the heartbeat or the climate or understand the culture of the school, things can change very quickly. And at that time, we were also receiving an influx of special education students because word around the neighborhood was that we were excellent in meeting the needs of special education students. And those of you that understand the charter world, we don't receive 100% of the budget. We operate off of 90% of a budget, and 10% went back to our host district. So here we were trying to close the achievement gap, hired a management company, dealing with an influx of special education students. And we realized that by 2018, that we were not doing our students justice. And we'd always promised our parents, we promised ourselves, if ever we were not able to meet our students' needs, that we would surrender our charter. Also in 2018, my beloved father, strong, healthy man, still working full time, still going to the gym and working out full time, was diagnosed with stage 4 penile cancer. So as his primary caretaker, it fell on me to make sure he went back and forth to his doctor's appointments. My sister and my brother, would come in, but my father lived with me. So that means I was up at night. I was making sure he was taking his medication, that he had his food, that his needs were being taken care of. So I had my father on the one hand, I had my school and the possibility of closing on the other, and my own declining health because I wasn't eating, I wasn't resting. And by the time 2019 rolled around and my father passed away in May of 2019, I was devastated. And the next month, June 2019, we surrendered our charter and closed the school for good. And all I can tell you is that I remember most of July 2019, I spent in the bed with the covers pulled over my head. I just didn't have the strength. I didn't have the energy. Even when I would get out of bed, physically my body was moving, but mentally and emotionally, I was stuck. In August of 2019, I remember saying to myself, Wandria, this is not you. You've got to snap out of it. But that wasn't being fair to myself. You can't just snap out of grief. You have to go through the process. So I remember one day going into my closet and straightening and organizing some things, and I found an old journal. And in that journal, it talked about Zoe Woman Enterprises and the dream that I had to help empower other women. Now, I wrote in that journal when I was 40. And here I was 13 years later at 53, rediscovering a dream that I'd let fall by the wayside. Like so many of us, we allow life and life's challenges to interrupt our dreams. But I can tell you, as I pulled that journal down and began to read it, something reignited within me. But in all honesty, though I wrote those things at age 40, I wouldn't have been ready to handle the responsibility of Zoe Woman. I hadn't been through what I'd been through by the time I reached age 53. So I couldn't have stood with integrity before women to tell them, hey, you can reach your dreams. You can dream again, when I didn't go through the process. So I began to reignite the dream of Zoe Woman. And in that, I realized that I needed to grieve. I needed to grow. And then I would be ready to go. And in the grieving process, it wasn't a matter of me getting over my grief, the loss of my father, the loss of the school, the decline in my health. It wasn't a matter of me getting over it. It was a matter of me going through it, going through the process, getting the help that I needed, dealing with the emotion wear and tear, dealing with the fact that I had just let myself go. So after I went through and still continue to go through the grief process, I began to grow. Hey, I wasn't working any longer, so I had nothing but time on my hands. So I went to every webinar about women empowerment. I read books. I got the education that I needed in order to stand up in front of other women, fully equipped to help them to realize their dreams. And I can tell you one thing, the time that I took to invest so I could stand with integrity was so worth it. When today I see women coming to me from different occupations and with different hopes and different dreams. And though I don't have all the answers, me being able to say, you know what, I'll research that for you. Because I remember when I took this webinar, I remember when I took classes with Joy Morgan Motivates, and she touched on that. So I was able to take from the time and the things in my growth period to help other women. And it was the best decision that I made. So once I grieved, once I was started the growth, the next thing I did was I was ready to go. And it wasn't a matter of me saying, hey, everybody, I'm starting this company. No, it was me sitting down with other women, just listening to them talk about their own hopes and dreams and passions, and me just offering, how can I help you get there? What can I do for you? How can I help you lighten the load? And I can tell you there are so many women that I encountered that had put their hopes and their dreams on a shelf. And I'm here to tell you, ladies, that it is time for you to dream again. My mentor, long distance, the John Maxwell, says that a dream is an inspiring picture, a picture of your future that energizes you, that energizes your mind, energizes your will and your emotions, and it empowers you to do everything you can to achieve it. And many of us have dreams that we've long forgotten because life comes in and interrupts. But no more. It's time for you to reignite that dream. And as you reignite that dream, you'll begin to get pictures in your mind's eye and your imagination. And those dreams will become visions of what your future could be. And it's not enough to dream and have the vision. You have got to come up with a plan. And those plans have to be met with setting some goals. Now, you all are amazing women, so I'm not going to sit here and talk to you about goal setting, SMART goals. You know all that. But what I am here to tell you that it's not enough to be a goal setter. It's time for you to be a goal getter, girl. Go after those goals. And as you put together your dream, your vision, you can visualize it, you're meeting goals, it will propel you to your purpose. And isn't that why we're here on this earth? To fulfill the purpose that we've all been created to fulfill. And though your dreams don't look like my dreams, and my dreams don't look like your dreams, because they are custom made for you. One thing I have to tell you honestly, when I was researching about women empowerment and growing women and women in leadership, I was like, there are so many other wonderful, outstanding women out here doing this. You know, what difference could I make? And I heard clearly from God, him say to me, but Wandria, they're not you. So I'm here to drill in your head, ladies, that there is no one else like you. Yes, there are other cooks. Yes, there are other businesswomen. Yes, there are other authors, but they don't have your secret sauce. And you know what your secret sauce is? It's you. You are the difference maker. So put that crown on your head because it belongs to you. It is custom designed for you. So if you're ready, I'm ready. We're both ready to take ownership of our dreams. And when we take ownership of our dreams, that means that we believe in our dream and what has been downloaded to us from God, even if nobody else believes. Even if nobody else believes, we believe. We move forward. We press forth. We do the things that we need to do to make sure that our dreams come to pass. Remember, ladies, we're not going to let the dream die this time. We've been putting it off for far too long and putting the needs of others before our dreams. but no more, because it's time for you to dream again. And let me tell you, along with pursuing your dreams, there's going to come some negative chatter. Some of it is internal, some of it is external. But with that internal chatter that says, I don't know if I can do this, I don't know if I can bring this dream to pass, I'm here to tell you that you need to surround yourself in an environment where your dream can grow. That might mean that you need to cut some people off. That might mean that you can't share that dream with everyone because no one has the vision for your dream but you. So if there are people out there and they're being naysayers and, they're saying, girl, nobody in your family ever owned a business. What makes you think you will be the first one? Girl, no one in your family has ever done that. I know. That's why I'm going to be the first, because it is my dream. And it's okay to say to the naysayers, catch you later, because I'm busy pursuing my dream. And even when internally you begin to fear or doubt, let me tell you, I want you to begin to speak life into your dream. You know what I do some days when I'm like, how in the world can I get all this done? I stand right in front of my mirror and I do a mindset check. I do some affirmations until I tell you, I fire my own self up. I say to myself, girl, you are brave. You are awesome. You are amazing. You are capable. You are smart. You are more than enough. And I am here to tell you, whatever it takes to get you to that point where you begin to bring your dream to fruition and you see yourself as the ultimate dream queen. Do it. Change the mindset. Speak to yourself. Speak positively. There's enough negativity out in the world. It doesn't have to come from you. And if you do find yourself in that stuck place, I encourage you today to look around you. Look for that dream team that can hold up your arms when you feel like you can't go on any longer. Look for that dream team that can be honest with you and say to you, you know what, girl? You said you were going to do X, Y, Z, and it's 3 months later. Your goal said you were going to accomplish it, but you haven't gotten there yet. You need a dream team. I am so appreciative of my dream squad that's there when I don't see the next step. That's there when I say, I can't do it. They say, yes, you can. And if you can't, I'll hold up your arms until you get there. We all need a team. You're not on this dream journey by yourself. The dream is yours, but the execution of it, it's going to take a team. And once you find that dream team, you silence that chatter, it's time for you to do a gut check. And that gut check can hurt. But again, it's why it's important for you to get with people that can hold you accountable to your dream. So if you have an issue with procrastination, they can be right there and say, girl, you need to get with it. If time management is your issue, they can be there and say, it's not just time management. You need to learn to manage your life. We're talking about your dream here, not some fly-by-night thing. We're talking about your dream that has been downloaded and it's ready to explode, but it's waiting for you to get on the same page with the dream. It is so amazing to me that people go forward and try to, live out these big plans, and they haven't taken the time to do a self-check. What are the habits that you have that you need to change? What are some disciplines that you need to take on? All that is part of not only your growth process, it's part of your dream coming into fruition. You can't be limping into your dream. You want to walk strong into your dream. But if you have some things that you need to work on within yourself to bring that dream to pass, take the time and do it. It's the best thing you can do, not only for yourself, but for your dream and for other people that are waiting on you. Look, motivation will get you started, but it is your discipline that's going to bring your dream to pass. So take the time to get to know where you are. And it's okay if you're falling short in some areas, because we are all still becoming the best versions of ourselves. But what's most important is that you are honest with yourself about where you are on your dream journey. Like one great author, Florence Lauder, says that when it comes to your dream, that you have to dare to dream, prepare to dream, wear the dream. If it gets torn, repair the dream and share the dream. And we at Zoe Woman Enterprises say, dream it, believe it, and live it. But whatever you do, ladies, go to that shelf, grab that dream, because it's your time. I dare you to dream again.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman Soar 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
I am so excited to be talking with you today. We're going to talk all about mindset, moving from scarcity to success, particularly when it comes to money and our money mindset. So before we get started, I do want to introduce myself if we have not met yet before. Hi, my name is Aimee Cerka. I am the Money Confidence Coach and founder of Money Masters Inner Circle. So I'll explain what the heck a Money Confidence Coach is in just a second, but I did want to tell our host, Joy, thank you so much for having me on. I am thrilled to be here. So, what the heck is a money confidence coach? I help you to master your money, and we do that by helping you create confidence in your ability to solve the money problem. So you can stop living paycheck to paycheck and instead create options, that financial security so that you know that you can take care of your family, and true wealth, which is more than just making more income. And we're going to get to that here in just a second. A little bit about me. I've been in the personal finance industry now for 9 years. I got started kind of by happenstance right after my oldest was born. I was a very young mom. He was born a couple days before my 19th birthday. So I really kind of had to figure some things out, learned a lot along the way, discovered that my passion was helping people being able to take care of their family and truly creating the lifestyle that they want to live, and taking care of that financial piece, because it's made such a huge difference for us in our lives. I'll probably share a little bit more about that here in a minute. But I am married to my best friend. I know that's a cliche, but it's totally true. And a mama to 3. We got 2 boys, and my youngest is a girl, very strong-willed, redhead, all of that. So all of the well wishes raising her, because she's going to be phenomenal once I survive, right? But what the heck are we going to talk about today? So again, like I said, money mindset, moving from scarcity to success. Now, I know money isn't always a glamorous topic, but it's a needed one. So some of the things that we're going to talk about today is we're going to help you reframe from a lack mentality to an abundance mentality. I'm going to give you some action steps on how to do a 180 when it comes to approaching debt and debt payoff, so that it actually can be fun for you. I'm going to share with you what to do if you hate to budget, and how you can create a positive relationship with money by letting go of the past and past trauma, because that is one of the things that, it's really the number one thing that I see cause breakthroughs for my clients is taking care of that. That's the mindset piece. Probably a great place to dive in then. So, there's 3 aspects when it comes to your finances. You have the defense, which is taking care of the assets, protecting what you already have. The offense, which is helping you increase income. This could be through a business. This could be through investments. This could be through a job, a 9-to-5 type thing, or additional side hustles, ways to make extra money as well. And then the third aspect is the one that most people forget about, and that's going to be what I call the battlefield. So the battlefield is your money mindset. That's the rules of the game, the economics type thing, the stuff that nobody paid attention to, right? But the money mindset is such a huge portion of that, and it's the part that we don't think about because it's not tangible. We don't actually touch it, right? That's where we're going to be spending most of our time talking today, because again, that's where I see breakthroughs happen. I do have a couple resources that I'm going to share with throughout this. So make sure you have some notes, because I'm big on taking action. I don't want to give you just the frou-frou stuff that doesn't really do any good, right? So getting started, I feel like a great place to start always is talking about debt, because that is such a huge misconception right now. There are quite a few gurus out there will tell you to focus on getting out of debt, getting out of debt, getting out of debt. Debt is bad. Get out of debt. Live on beans and rice, and like cut coupons and eat ramen and work 80, 90 hours a week, whatever it takes to get out of debt, because being debt free is the goal. Now, being debt free is really great. Actually, we still have debt, so I'm sure being debt-free is really great. I have not personally experienced that in quite a while, probably since like 18, 19, right? But debt in itself, even when you say the word debt, there's a negative connotation to it, right? Like it just doesn't feel good. So the problem with just focusing on debt payoff that I found is even statistically, those who successfully do hunker down into that focused debt payoff mode and they stay there and they do successfully pay off debt, within 5 years, 60% of them are back into debt again because of this mindset. So when we focus on paying off debt, and paying off debt is your focus, and that is what you're working towards, when you pay off debt, because you've been focused on paying off debt and you're totally out of debt, your brain doesn't know what to do. So it's like, we pay off debt, pay off debt, pay off debt. Well, I have to get into debt to pay off debt. And it's something that happens subconsciously. We don't even realize it, right? And again, the negative, like, let me just hunker down and never do anything fun because I got to pay off debt, got to pay off debt, got to pay off debt, right? Yeah, let's not do that. So what you do instead is we focus on on our net worth, because your net worth is a true financial picture of where you are actually at. And it's such a simple switch, but it makes a massive difference. The first month that we made this switch from focusing on net worth to debt payoff was huge. We saw so much more growth, not only in our net worth, but what we did accomplish on the debt payoff side from making that simple switch, like thousands of dollars that we were able to improve on what we were working on just from making the switch. So instead of focusing on paying off debt, focus on your net worth. So when you do pay off debt, that is affected. There's a whole worksheet and whatnot that we have put together on helping you calculate your net worth and making sure you've included everything. But a quick synopsis, your net worth is your assets minus your liabilities. So as you pay off your debt, then your liabilities are going to go down, right? So then you have more of your assets that you're able to keep. The net worth number goes up. It happens automatically for you, right? Perfect. So what the heck do you do if you hate to budget though? I'm like, okay, maybe I can work on my net worth, but don't use that word. Budget, that's a bad word. No, not in this household. I hear that all the time. In fact, 65% of people don't have a budget. And most of that's because, A, they don't want to know where they're at financially, or B, they think, oh, we're doing good. I'm not living paycheck to paycheck. We can pay our bills. I don't need a budget. So both of those kind of have problems with them. So obviously, if you don't want to know where things are at, if you don't want to budget because you don't know where things are at, we got to talk about the purpose of a budget Because the purpose of a budget is not to limit you. Your budget is not designed to tell you no all the time. It's designed to give you more of what you want to do. Because you're spending this money, we just want to make sure that you're being intentional with what you're spending your money on. So if you want to go blow money, go ahead. It's your money, right? Like, that's your decision. But if we are not intentional with our money, then somebody else is going to be intentional, whether that's through media, advertising. All of those things are great, but they are designed to keep our attention and to help us to spend money. So then you end up spending money if we don't set the intention behind it. So budget is not meant to limit you. I'd love for you to say that out loud with me, because it's such an important concept to get, because your budget is not meant to limit you. It's meant to give you what you want to happen. And there's a major shift to happen. Major shift that needs to happen there. So if you're saying, okay, like, that's great and all, Aimee, but I still can't do it. I cannot use that word budget. That's fine. Let's use money management system instead. Money management system is going to be the whole picture, because again, your budget's just a portion of that. So yes, we're gonna sneak the budget in there for you, but your budget is not the main thing that we need to have. We need to have that money management system, and when we create that, that's going to help you to be able to work on improving that battlefield. Those money mindset things, they're going to be built into your everyday habits. When you have the money management system set up, we have things in place to help you catch fraud. If somebody were to ever steal your identity, we have things in place to help you track your net worth automatically. We make it fun. We help you remember the silly stuff, like changing your AC filter, that, believe it or not, does affect your finances. Because if you don't change your AC filter, then the AC is much more likely to cause problems, which is more money. Okay? So we have a whole system there lined out, and I do lay that out in detail inside my Money Masters Inner Circle program. But those are some of the things that are included in there, and it's important to do. So if budget is just something you cannot handle, start with your money management system, and we'll just add to it as we go. Okay? So creating a positive relationship with money by letting go of the past. This is probably one of the most important things, because again, this is the thing that holds so many people back. I want to kind of give you an example here. So let me share a story we'll use my story instead of one of the clients here, just for a little, keep it personal. So our middle son, his name is Wyatt. When he was born, everything went great in the pregnancy. There was no complications. Everything went great. A couple hours after he was born, the pediatrician came in to do their check on him, and he turned purple on the table with the pediatrician. So they took him back to the NICU there at the hospital and did like their test on him. They thought like he had just swallowed a lot of amniotic fluid, but when they had tried to pass a tube to drain that out, then it wouldn't go. So they did some x-rays, and they discovered that he has what was called esophageal atresia with a TEF fistula. So what that means is his esophagus was not connected to his stomach. So he was transferred that night to the local children's hospital, had his first surgery, less than 48 hours old, and was in the NICU a total of 7.5 weeks. Now, the part that I didn't share is that at 3 months pregnant, we had made the decision from the principles we had applied on our finances that I was going to leave my job to be a stay-at-home mom. So I was going to have some time to spend with my oldest before the new baby arrived. That was a Friday. The following Monday, in essence, my husband was illegally fired. We were self-employed. There was a contract in place. The other individual in the contract broke the terms of the contract, but it didn't really matter. We were done. So we went to zero income, kind of had to hustle and figure things out that week, and took a 50% income cut. So we were living on 50% of our income for those 6 months before he was born. Then Wyatt was in the NICU for those 7.5 weeks. Now, during that time, though, I was able to be with him every single day. Like, I would leave to take care of myself and to spend time with my oldest, but I was there for him. But the problem is I had a business at the time, and my income within the business had not hit the level that I wanted to be at. So I was giving the feeling I felt like I had failed my family because I wasn't able to provide for them when we hit that financial crisis. Even though we had done so much to be able to work and prepare, and there was so much that I did to help us navigate through that, that was still the feeling that I felt, was that I was failing them. So with that, I took that with me into the future. So anytime a slight circumstance where it was a remote total possibility was that I could fail my family, or quote, supposedly fail my family again, because in reality I hadn't. If that ever came up again, your mind makes the assumption. So our subconscious mind is built to protect us. So we've had experiences like that. Most of our money mindset beliefs were developed as children. So it's going to be something that happened as a child, or something that happened as an adult, something that was verbally said, something that was modeled. There's one I'm missing there, but verbal, modeling, and life experiences. There we go. So one of those three things, those are the things that are going to come up. Those are the things that programmed our money mindset. So in that example with me, I was using that instance. I had programmed in my subconscious mind, if anything came back like that, again, it would instantly send me into like this vicious circle of all of a sudden I would feel like I was failing my family, and I would be paralyzed, and I would end up in what I call a breakdown. So when the anxiety hits, and all of a sudden you're stressed, and sometimes it's about finances, but sometimes it's not. Like sometimes just all of a sudden you're fighting with your spouse, or you're angry with your kids, or there's problems at work. It doesn't always have to look like that anxiety feeling, but I know for a lot of people it is, especially when you've been through that financial crisis and you've come out on the other side of it and you're working to improve. You're busting your butt. You're doing what you need to do. And you're working to be like in that better place. That thought of like, okay, if this happens again, I won't be able to provide for my family. It keeps us hostage. So we have to realize that what happened in the past isn't what is happening now. So we're connecting them subconsciously, and we need to separate them. So the first question that I want you to ask yourself, if you have a breakdown, we'll start with this. So I've got 4 resources for you if you're in the middle of a breakdown to help you separate yourself from the past and be able to move forward. This is normally the first one that I share, but we'll dive in. So the first thing we need to talk about is I want you to ask yourself, what is actually going on right now? So what is going on, but without the emotion? So like right now, I'm sitting in my office talking to you, right? That is what's literally going on right now. There's no like, I'm hot, I'm cold, I'm feeling this is happening. What literally is going on right now. The second thing is, what does it have to do with whatever the event was in the past? So if you are aware of what that event is that you are taking yourself back to, if it's something significant and you're aware of it, think about it like, okay, how is this actually related? And I can tell you, give you a hint, it's not related. But we're walking ourselves through that because we have to reassure our subconscious and bring that reality, that logic there so that we can actually understand it, okay? And then the third thing is it real or is it true? So this thought, like, I can't take care of my family, I'm not going to be able to do this. Is it true? No. And it's got to be yes or no. It can't like switch back and forth. I've tried to do that before with my coach, and he's like, no, just yes or no, Aimee, right? So the answer is no, it's not. So working yourself through that exercise is going to help. It's not going to be an overnight process, but it'll get better over time. The first thing that I always do though, first thing that I do and that I recommend to my clients when breakdowns happen is a breath exercise. So we're literally just going to take a step back, breathe in through your nose for 4 seconds, out through your mouth through 8. That doubling the time is really important because it's going to signal to your subconscious mind, literally signals that everything is okay. And just do it a couple deep breaths. I've tried to do this while I'm talking before. It does not work. So I'm not going to try and demonstrate it for you, but just take a couple deep breaths in through your nose, out through your mouth, and doubling the time on the exhale, and you will start to feel better. The next thing, second strategy, we already shared 1, so I guess we'll go 3. The third strategy then is to have a coach. Now, obviously, this is one of the things that I stress to my one-on-one clients is like, I am here for you. You have special access to me. If you've got a different coach, great. Just have somebody that you can talk to, because that outside objective perspective is so important, because we get stuck in the jar. I've heard the analogy of a pickle jar before. So if we're stuck inside the pickle jar, we can't see necessarily how to get out. But if somebody's on the outside of the pickle jar looking in, they can read the label and they can tell you, like, okay, step here and then go here and step here, and then all of a sudden you're out, because they can see objectively. And that's the power of a coach, and having that support team, definitely important. So that's number 3. The 4th thing that we need to do is step back and not make decisions in the moment. When you are in the middle of a breakdown and emotions are high like that, it doesn't do any good to try and make any decisions or to try and tough it out. Like, get out of there. Change your state. Some great ways that I do that, or recommend, of course, to my clients as well, is go have a dance party. If you've got young kids, works great. If they have, like, they'll join you, but I also use this when they're struggling too. Like, turn on some music and everybody's dancing, automatically changes moods all the time. Getting outside, just get some fresh air, that vitamin D, is totally game changing. And then also, I love to go for a car ride. I do have a little bit of a lead foot and I do enjoy to drive, but rolling the windows down in the car, turning the music up, going for a drive, totally refreshes me almost every single time. So finding something that works for you that'll make you happy. It can be as simple as, like, let's go play a game or go do something on your phone. Whatever it's going to be to rejuvenate yourself and get you out of that space that you will feel good again. Maybe it's a bubble bath or a hot shower, something. Whatever it is that works for you, find something like that. Grounding yourself, walking outside barefoot, those are all powerful ways to be able to reframe where you're at right now. But it's really important that we change our state, because you can't make objective decisions like that when we get in the moment. So breakdowns happen. They happen to everybody. We all have money mindset blocks. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's just something that we have to continually work on and be aware that it's a process. It's not going to go away. We're never going to, quote, arrive when it comes to our finances, especially when it comes to our money mindset. We're going to have to continue to grow. So if the millionaires still have coaches and people that are helping them to improve their mindset, or people that they're learning from books, I think we should be as well. If you are feeling stuck, we definitely need to be aware of the words that we're using. It's going to be really powerful to make those switches. So instead of saying, I can't afford it, or we can't do this, or it's not in the budget, or money doesn't grow on trees. That's one thing that most of us probably heard growing up. My dad used to say, we're not air conditioning the neighborhood. My husband likes to try and say, we don't live in a barn. We're closing the doors. It took me a minute to get that one for some reason. But we have to be very aware of what words we're using, because our words are very powerful. So if you are in that space of lack, some simple things to do to make sure that you are moving forward and not ignoring your abundance that's coming to you is, don't walk past a penny that's on the ground. Pick up the penny, or the nickel or dime, whatever it is. And when you find money like that, I want you to say, money comes to me in increasing quantities all day long. Okay? Money comes to me in increasing quantities all day long. And you know what? Let's end on that note. So I would love to connect with you on Instagram. It's one of my favorite places to hang out. So I'm at Aimee Cerka, AIMEECERKA. Just shoot me a hi. Let me know that you heard me here on the summit. I'd love to hear from you. Also, always in the comments, I'd love to hear the biggest takeaways. But if you're thinking like, okay, we just kind of scratched the surface, I know that I need to work on this because I'm ready to take my finances to the next level. I'm ready to be intentional with improving them. Money Masters Inner Circle is the place to be. So like I mentioned, that's my group program where we all work together. There's so many core trainings in there to help you move forward, starting with the basics, improving your defense financially, improving your offense, and of course the battlefield. Plus, when you first join us inside Money Masters Inner Circle, you do get a complimentary breakthrough session with me. So we work through some of the your personalized situation to give you a recommendation on where to start. If you feel like you've got a money mindset block, that's the time that we can walk through that. That is included with your membership, that you work together with us. But probably one of the best parts is the community, because again, this is a journey and breakdowns are going to happen and things are going to come up. And having those group of people that have your back and that are also working together to improve their finances is game changing. So we'd love to have you join us inside Money Masters Inner Circle. I have a 30-day trial that is it's not like automatically recurring. It's truly a 30-day trial. It's just $27. Normally Money Masters Inner Circle is $47 a month, but it's a $27 30-day trial. Check it out. See if it's a fit for you. See what you can do to improve your finances and like what breakthroughs can happen for you in this time frame. Of course, we'd love to have you to grab that $27 30-day trial. Just go to aimeecerka.com/soar and you can get that all set up for you. If you have any questions, of course, put them in the comments. And I'd love to hear your biggest takeaway from today. And then don't forget to say hi on Instagram. We'll see you later. Bye.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman Soar 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Hello and greetings, ladies. My name is Monique Hightower, and I am the founder, the creator, and the visionary of a wonderful YouTube channel called For His Glory. And it is my humble honor to be here with you during this summit. So let's jump right in. My goal today is I'm coming with a mission to say to you, it is time for you to be silent no more. Why? Because in this 2021, during this season and in this pandemic, I want you to know that it's time for you to let your voice soar. So once again, my name is Monique Hightower. And if you just sit back and relax for a little moment, I just want to give you some important information and what and how you can say to yourself, these are the reasons why I'm going to choose to no longer be silent. So guess what? Say to yourself, self, I will no longer be silent. Say to yourself, silent no more. That's right, ladies. It's time for us to be silent no more. And it is time for us to let our voices soar. So let's jump right in. So someone might say, which we all may know, well, what is silence? Silence is actually the absence of sound. See that? See that moment? Nothing. There was no sound. Silence also represents when you are being prohibited or you have been prevented from speaking. So for any of you out there that feels like it's time for me to be silent no more, ask yourself this question. Why have you been remaining silent? If you have a pen or piece of paper around you, sit there as you're thinking about that and write down what silenced you. Has silence hindered you or slowed you down? Has silence actually prevented you from moving forward? Has silence actually even caused you not to open up your mouth and to reach out and to get help or to walk into your next door or to get your next blessing? What has silence done to you? Has silence become a stronghold? So much so that it's actually sort of imprisoned you. Has silence put you in a place where you feel as if though you have no value? That you feel as if though no one wants to listen to you? That you feel as if though you're not even free to just be yourself? Has this silence come from a hurt or a pain from your past? Maybe something recently that's maybe happened? Listen, I know in 2021, we were in, and in 2020, and then now you're still in 2021, we're in the midst of a pandemic where the virus broke out. And guess what? We all had to come in, shut our doors, and pretty much the conversation and the fellowships or the gatherings that we once had to get shut down. So in the midst of this pandemic, have you found yourself in a place where you're not really speaking? And maybe it's not even the fact that it happened in the pandemic. Is it something that's been journeying through your life for a while and you just been silent for some reason, just not talking, not sharing, not speaking up? Well, ladies, I'm here to say to you, silent no more. Are you ready to be free from your silence? Are you ready to be moving forward? Are you ready to come out of the bondage and tear down the walls and say, you know what? I will be silent no more. Have you ever heard of the mute button? And all of our electronic devices, even if some of you on Zoom meetings, whether you're teachers, some people are students, even in our services for church or just different gatherings now, people are family gathering on Zoom. So Zoom is like one of the most popular things in the earth today, right? But you know what? Even on our phones, we can mute ourselves. But I want to let you know, for some of us, it's really time for you to unmute yourself. What does muting do? Muting puts a temporary hold, right? It causes where no one can hear you speaking. It's as if though someone covers up your mouth and then you take it off. And when you take it off, guess what? Like I just did, I'm able to speak. But I'm here to let you know that yes, there is a time and a place when we all should be silent. And there's definitely a time and a place when we all should speak up and we should open up our mouths and we should make a choice to say, you know what? I'm not going to be silent. Have you ever been in a meeting and everyone is talking, you're in this board meeting, everyone is talking, and all of a sudden they're like, okay, does anyone have any questions? And there's a bunch of other people before you, they just speak out of turn, they're just speaking up and they're asking all these questions. And no one ever asked the question that you want to ask. And at the end of the day, you stay on mute. You don't say anything. Or better yet, have you ever been around, I know for me, being around my children, I'm looking at them in the classroom, and while they're in the classroom, right, and the teacher at first would tell them to put your mute buttons on. Why? Because the teacher wants to be the only voice that's being heard. But then after the lesson and after the classroom setting, then the teacher may say, okay, everyone, I want you to unmute yourself. Do you have any questions? And then sometimes a lot of students may not even ask a question. They might not say anything. Has that been you? You don't say anything. You may have a bunch of questions or thoughts running through your mind, but then it's that little secret voice that may be telling you, don't say nothing, don't ask. It's not important, it's not valuable. But have you ever heard the phrase, you have not because you ask not? You got to speak up so people can hear and know that you are in the room, to know that you are someone, that you have a voice. Your voice actually has a unique sound, right? So let's talk about speaking. So say to yourself, I'm no longer going to be silent. You know why? Because I have a voice and my voice has to be spoken. So you're going to speak now with your voice. And it's time for you to speak up and say something. It's time for you to speak up and share your truth. It's time for you to speak up, and it's okay if you have to voice your opinion. Your voice has a unique sound, so much so that with your voice having its own unique sound, your voice actually has a purpose. Your voice has sound waves that come out of it when you open up your mouth. Your voice actually can create vibrations, and it has power to create feelings and movement in the ears. Your voice is so unique. So like me, I'm a mom, right? And so there's been times we've been in a crowd and everything, and my child may have wandered off and I'm looking for them and they can't find me and I can't find them, and I'm calling their name. And then the child is now like, wow, where's my mom? And it's at that moment that the child stops, because now they're listening for the voice. Why? Because my voice is so unique and different. Their ears have been trained to hear my voice. So in this moment, while my child is lost, I have no idea where my child is. My child doesn't know where I am at as a mom. I can't afford to be silent. I have to open up my mouth and I have to call their name. And if I have to say, Sanaya, Sanaya, so that she can hear me, you best to believe Sanaya's ears has been trained and tuned to hear my voice. Why? Because my voice is unique. Your voice is unique. My voice has a purpose in her life. Your voice has a purpose in someone's life. May not be a child, could be your spouse, could be your family, could be your friends, whoever. But I'm here to remind you that, guess what? It is time for you to be silent no more, because your voice has a purpose. Has your voice been silenced due to trauma, a situation, a person, someone downplaying you, or someone telling you to shut your mouth, don't say anything, or making you feel as if though you're insignificant? Well, I'm here to really encourage you that you are beautiful, you are special, and your voice is unique. Your voice is powerful. So ladies, I need you to rise up and say, you know what, in 2021, while I'm taking this flight to soar, guess what? I am no longer going to remain silent. So for me, Monique, silent no more, because my voice matters. And there's things that has to be shared and said from me that will be a blessing to someone else. So you know what? Let me just say this. Me becoming no longer silent didn't happen overnight. It was one step at a time, but I was willing to step out on faith. Because you know what happens is, when we keep holding these things in, we're not talking, we're not sharing our truth, we're not sharing sometimes the ugly truth. And guess what? Truth actually, when it's shared, can help set you free. But when you're holding it in and you're not talking and you're not saying anything, actually what's happening is on the inside, it's just tearing you up. So let me just tell you a brief story. A few years ago, my family's life, our whole world got flipped upside down in a matter of a moment. Didn't even see it coming, ladies. It was like somebody sideswiped us. But guess what? And it swiping, it flipped us upside down. So much so that in the situation, right, it dealt more with my husband being falsely arrested, and it happened in front of my children. And what it did was, as all of these things was taking place, because as a mom, I had to start to tend to my children, right? And I had to begin to, I'm concerned about my husband and what's going on. My feelings, my voice, my opinion about the whole situation, I held everything inside of me. Truth be told, ladies, it was a very hurtful and embarrassing situation. Because if anyone knows me, I'm a woman of integrity. I'm a woman I love to be a woman of excellence. And I'm not someone that keeps drama. So for someone like me, I didn't know what in the world was going on. But what it did was it silenced me. However, in that time of being silent, it actually started to eat me up. It actually started to do some internal things with my body, and my body started going through some changes, and I didn't know why. And let me tell you, one day when I was in my room and the tears was flowing down my eyes and I'm just didn't even know what to say or what to do, I had to let out a scream. I had to let out a cry. And after that moment, it made me feel so good. And then moving forward, what I did was I began to say, I can't keep holding this in. So I began to share a little bit of my story with some of my very closest family members and friends. So ladies, guess what? It's time for you to no longer be silent. You know why? Because I realized that by me opening up my voice and sharing my sound in regards to my situation, coming out of the silence, I began to realize just how important my voice mattered. Guess what, ladies? Your voice matters as well. And it's okay that when you're sharing, it may not sound good to someone else. But you know what? At the end of the day, by me sharing my testimony or sharing my story with other people, and as much as it tried to keep me feeling embarrassed or ashamed, the more I told the truth and shared my story, the more I was freed up and the better I began to feel, especially on the inside. And also I had to realize that what would I really be showing my family? What would I be showing my children and my children's children? That when a lie comes along or when your world gets flipped upside down, that you're supposed to just run and hide and sit in a corner and be in bondage? No. What it did was it let me know that when I began to share the truth, I began to become and be able to be more set free in my situation. Because you know what? Things happen. Life happens. And I chose to say, you know what? That circumstance, that situation does not define me. And I was not going to allow the circumstance or situation to mute me, to silence me, try to shut me up or shut me down. So I come here today, ladies, to say, guess what? You have a voice. Your voice matters. And you don't really understand or maybe know that by you speaking up and telling your story and sharing, you never know who it's going to bless. And let me just say this as well. If you got to just take one step at a time, if you, in the midst of you speaking, has to be you writing it down on a piece of paper, it's still you bringing it up and out. If it takes that you're going to have to be in a mirror, right? And you just got to be alone by yourself and just release and share what's all on the inside of you. Let me encourage you to do it. Let it start at home first, right? And know this too, ladies. Your voice matters so much that when you begin to speak up and tell your truth, you become like a salt in the earth. You help season the earth. And you never know whose ground will be nourished and strengthened by you speaking, by your voice sharing, through the sound wave of your voice being released. You never know. So I just came here today, ladies. I hope and pray that you guys were encouraged to say to yourself, guess what? As for me, I will no longer be silent. Silent no more. Once again, my name is Monique Hightower, You can find me on Facebook under Monique Hightower. And I really want to encourage you ladies, go check me out on YouTube. My channel, once again, is called For His Glory. Thanks, ladies, for your time. I hope that you were blessed by this, and have a great day.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman Soar 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Hi there, I'm Sharnell Weathersby, and it is a pleasure to be here with you today. You know, if you are like me, you are a woman that wears many different hats. You know, I am a wife of an amazing husband, I have to say. And I'm also a mom. I've got 2 young ones that I run around after, that I'm here to live life for. But you know, I'm also a sister, an auntie, you know, I am a daughter, and absolutely adore the opportunity and the pleasure to be a friend, a sister to many of my sisters out there. But you know what? I'm also a CEO. I'm a founder of a business that holds my heart. And with that comes a great responsibility to lead. So I'm a leader in my community, but I'm also a leader of a business. And, you know, I don't know where you may find yourself today, but I know as a woman that if you could relate, wears many different hats, you may find yourself asking and saying, Sharnell, you know, right now, I just need more time. I need more control in my life to manage my time well, to take control of my schedule, to do the things that I know I need to be doing for myself, to be doing the things that I need to grow my business, to lead my business and my organization well. And I just don't have the time. You know, my friend, you may also find yourself in a situation where you are just trying to figure out, how do I talk about my business or talk about what I do with confidence? I'm a confident woman, but I lose it and I get frustrated because I can't seem to talk about what it is that I do and how I help people. You know, my sister, I really want to talk to you today about your unique value and how you can move from this space of not having the clarity that you need to really being a woman that is impactful in your community and especially in your business with those that you serve. What if you could walk into a room confident, knowing exactly who you are? Just imagine, what if you could be crystal clear, knowing your unique value and what it is that you do and how you help others? It's been about 5 or 6 years now, and I remember there was a day where it was just a busy day. I was traveling for work, which you may be able to relate. And it was a busy day. I was in the midst of meetings, and I was in the midst of several different events, going from one activity to another. When in and of a moment, I found myself sitting down and by myself, and there was a numbness that came over me. I found myself feeling dizzy and very warm, and I found myself getting really stiff and really, really tight. And in that moment, I remember closing my eyes right there, sitting by myself and saying, Lord, am I having a heart attack? Am I having a stroke? Am I getting ready to die? And it was in that moment that it flashed before me all of the things that I was doing and all of the people that really mattered to me. And God stopped me in my tracks, and my sister, he woke me up. I have to say, he woke me up, and in that moment, while I stand here today as a woman of faith, as a woman who wears many different hats, I have to tell you, I didn't die. I didn't have a stroke. I didn't have a heart attack, but I had a moment of clarity about the things that really mattered most to me. And today I want to challenge you that you too need to be mindful of your well-being, my friends. You need to lean into your unique value, trusting that God's calling on your life as a leader, as an entrepreneurial woman, your calling in this moment as you lead others, as you lead yourself, your family, and your friends is the greatest impact that you could have on this world. And now is your time to lead and to lead well. Today, I want to talk to you about a couple of different ways that I know it is critical for you to walk with clarity so that you can have the impact that you need to have as the leader that you have been called to be. First and foremost, my sister, you have to take care. You have to care for yourself and step fully into your leadership calling from God, because tomorrow is not promised. You are a leader, and it is important that you care for yourself first and foremost. First, let's be mindful of our full well-being. And what I mean by that is taking a step back and looking at yourself, looking at your life for just a moment. Pull back from all of your responsibilities, pull back from your titles, and put yourself right in the middle and ask yourself, am I well? Look at your mental stability. Look at your emotional well-being. I want you to think about your faith, and is it a cornerstone that is your foundation? I want you to think about your relationships and those that you have around you and how they are influencing or pulling away from you being the woman of God that you have been called to be at such a time as this. You know, I have a fabulous membership community. As the owner of SoMe Brand Strategy, I am a coach. I'm a branding coach, but I'm also a woman that empowers, equips, and inspires a host of women that find themselves in this space as working professionals, women who are strong and have held many different leadership titles that are now transitioning into entrepreneurship or transitioning into a role of leadership where they are able to be fulfilled and realize their full potential as women of God. I have the opportunity to coach them to build their brand so that they are able to connect with those that they have been called to serve. But I also have an opportunity to help them to be mindful, to be connected, and to take care of themselves, to know their values, to know their worth, and to know how they are uniquely positioned for such a time as this. Respect yourself, set your boundaries. And through my community, we have the opportunity, ladies, just like I'm telling you here, to get really clear about what is it that you do. And how does it help others? What drives you? What are your values? What are your motivations? And let that drive the very person that you are. We have to start there with you as a leader. You have to care for yourself and step fully into your leadership call from God, because tomorrow is not promised. So first and foremost, ladies, we're going to take a step back and we're going to be mindful and think about those things that I said. Write them down and get very, very clear. My point number 2 is see yourself as a leader, but see your leadership as a ministry to serve others. This is the people that you call customers, your clients. See your business as this opportunity to serve them and to serve them well. Yes, we want to make money. We want to have profitable businesses. We want to build wealth. We want to build legacy. All of these things are very important. But right in the middle of your business sits your client, sits your customer who has a dilemma, that has a need, that has a frustration that you are uniquely positioned to serve and to help solve. This is your opportunity to serve them well. So what you need to do is to get clear. Get clear about the details of who these people are. Who are they? Could you profile them? What are their demographics? What's their lifestyle? What's the dilemma? What's the frustration it is that they face? Because if you can get really clear about who your customer is and the situation and the occasions that they may find themselves in on a daily basis, you are able to serve them very, very well. Now, I'm talking not just knowing who your audience is. You know, we hear a lot about defining your target audience and knowing the community, the tribe of people that you serve. But no, I am saying get very, very detailed and very specific. Personify who that person is. You know, when I'm working with my clients, I always say, what if your ideal customer walked through your front door? You know, what would they be wearing? What would be their feelings for the day? What would their day have looked like? The emotions, what would their frustrations be? What would they look like? What would they want to talk about? What would be on their mind? And what would be the very frustration that they have in that moment? Because that is your ideal client. You need to name them, personify them, and get a visual in your head, ladies, of who it is that you are serving, because that is where your ministry needs to be driven towards. And then I encourage you to go talk to them. It's one thing to say that this woman or this man or this individual is who I want to serve. It's who my business is specifically for. My products serve them well, my services, this is exactly who it is that I know I want to serve. But you know, best thing that we can do is call them up. Talk to them, send them surveys, ask them questions. And through my coaching and through our programs, we do all of these things to help you be able to get very clear about who your customer is. But there's some very strategic things that you can do so that you can be very clear on who exactly it is that you want to serve. And you want to do this because, again, you're positioning your leadership in your business and your organization to be a ministry of service. Yes, you are here to make a profit and to drive revenue and to build wealth, but we are also here to serve people as the leaders that we have been called to be. So first and foremost, we are going to care for ourselves as women. Women that are strong, yes, that are bold, but women that are human. That we need to take the step back and to say that I need to be well. I need you to be well so that you can be productive and so that you can step fully into the leadership that you have been called to lead in. And then second, we're going to get crystal clear on exactly who it is that we are called to serve. Those are our customers, because once we have a picture in our mind of who they are, once we have talked to them and heard their voices, understood what their heartbeat is, and understand what their frustration or their dilemma or their need is, we can now really position our products and our services to add value. This is where the clarity comes in, ladies. The clarity about who we are and what we're all about, and the clarity of who it is that we want to serve so that we can stand up and walk into our leadership with greater impact. The last point I want to point out is positioning yourself as a value add in the industry that you are in. You know, we live in a world today where trust is frazzled. If you read any industry report, it talks about how customers and clients as consumers today in our world globally, how we have a trust issue. We are looking for brands that really not only care about selling us something, but care about our total well-being. And all of us could relate to this. We don't want to just buy a product or take part in a service or join an organization that is going to meet our functional need. Yes, while that's important at the very foundation, we want to be a part of a brand or be a part of a community of people that care about our total well-being. So we are more mindful now more than ever as a people when we make purchase decisions, when we make decisions about joining or aligning ourselves with products and service, we are more mindful about how well does that product fit into my total well-being. How well can that product really satisfy my needs beyond just my functional needs? Is it going to be able to connect me to the people that I really want to be connected to in a community? So as brands, as leaders, as our businesses that we run, they need to be more than just the functional product and service that we are offering. Rather, ladies, we have an opportunity today in our global society to position ourselves as a value add. And what I mean by that is first and foremost, get clear about what matters most to your business. What is your mission? What's your vision? What is your greater purpose? And why does it matter? Why do your products, why do your services, why does your organization matter in the greater context of things? Why does it matter? You know, as I work with the women in my community, I always ask them this. As we get excited about the things that we offer and all of the tangible things that we're able to do for the people that we serve as leaders, you know, I always have to take a step back and I ask these women, you know, at the end of the day, why does it matter? It matters to you. Why? But why does it also matter in the greater context of the world that we all live in today? Because here's the thing, my business matters because it's all about impact. It's all about seeing women like you, my sister, women who say, you know, Sharnell, I am just a mom who has an idea that wants to leave a legacy for my children. And I jumped into this entrepreneurship thing, and now I find myself knee deep into something that is keeping me so busy. And I have so many other things that I need to do. I just need to know how I can get clear and break through and to be relevant with those that I want to reach with my products and services. You may find yourself where you're saying, Sharnell, I'm in this leadership position. I've got a team. I've got a lot of people. There's a lot of pressure and responsibility on me. And I still got to take care of my household. And I just need to find time where I can just get myself together. You know, my sister, this is why it's important that we get very, very clear about our mission and our purpose behind what it is that we do. Because as opportunities come, you need to know what your values are, your motivation, and where you are headed so that you know the boundaries and the priorities and the very clear motivations behind the things that you do. Ultimately, as we think about being value adding to our customers, I want you to think with the end in mind. Think about what is that transformation. At the end of the day, after he or she comes in contact with you, they engage with you as a leader. They engage with your business and they partake in your products and your services. What is the change? I want you to just envision that person who walked through your front door that has a dilemma, that has a frustration, that has a need that you can solve with your products and your services, and your organization is positioned to help serve them well. I want you to think, what is the change? What is the transformation? What does it look like when they are done interacting with you? Because that is your why. That is what matters most. That is what matters most to you, yes, because it's a beautiful thing that drives you every day, but it's also what matters in the context of this world that we serve today. The transformation, the ambition that your brand and that your leadership brings to people at the end of the day. You know, ladies, I can tell you all day about how to grow your impact and how to position yourself to really be a woman that serves well. But I have to tell you, for you to really connect with people and to really serve the communities that you have been called to serve well, it starts with you taking care of yourself. It starts with you being mindful of your full well-being. Being very clear about who you are. Taking the time to list out what you do and what comes natural to you and how God has uniquely equipped you. Getting connected, whether it's my community or another community of sisters that are like-minded, that have a passion to lead from a place of value, that are running their businesses, but running their businesses from a position of service and having greater impact in this world. It starts with you taking care of yourself. And then second, it takes you shifting your mindset to a place of service and not just about getting the next sale or not just about growing your numbers in your organization. And then lastly, it's about uniquely positioning yourself and sharing your story and opening up and knowing what your values and your motivations are and positioning yourself as a value add in today's world and uniquely knowing how that you are different and you are purposeful to serve the people that you've been called to serve. That is the transformation. And the transformation is what drives you. You know, I mentioned in my coaching community, we go into the exact steps you need to build your brand. And while, you know, as we are closing today, I want to invite you into an opportunity to connect with myself and to go even deeper in the tools and the strategies and the resources that we have in my community to really help you to soar as women in your leadership roles and as entrepreneurs. So here's what I would love for you to do. I want to help you. I want to help you know your unique value. I want to help you get connected. I want to help you step into your fullness and to realize your potential as a leader and as a businesswoman and as a woman of God. So here's the thing. Will you join my email list? That is the best way for us to get connected. Because when you join my email list, it's a way for you to get connected to our community. You gain access to tools and resources and very tangible step-by-step things that you could do to move from where you are today as a woman who just needs more time, more control in life. And a woman who can walk confidently into that room to tell others what it is that she does and how she can impact and serve them well. So here's the thing. You can go to my website. It's SoMe-brandstrategy.com, SOME-brandstrategy, all one word, .com. SoMe-brandstrategy.com. And on there, you can click to join our newsletter and sign up for our email list. You can see free downloadable resources there. All of that will just require you to just submit your name and your email address, and you are part of our list. And on that list, I would love to then be connected with you, to tell you more about our membership community, to tell you more about our coaching opportunities that we have, and also to give you some very, very practical resources to help you move forward. You can also follow us at SoMe Brand Strategy. And hey, as I close today, I am proud of you. I am proud of you for walking out as a woman in faith. And I am so excited about what's next. Once you take care of yourself and you start to walk into clarity for greater impact. Thank you.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman Soar 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Good morning or good afternoon. It's so good to see you. My name is Adina Collins. I am the CEO of Fortitude Financial Consulting. It's a financial agency that's based out of Metro Dallas, Texas. I just wanted to say thank you so much for taking time to reinvest into yourself by attending the 2021 Woman Soar International Leadership Summit. I think that you'll really enjoy today's topic. And my topic today is 5 tips to increase financial wellness in a pandemic. Now, I really want you to be able to focus in. If you can turn off any other types of distractions that you may have, make sure to get a pen, a pad, be able to take some notes. I think you'll really have some great nuggets that you can take away from our time together today. So if you're ready, let's go ahead and jump right in. So tip number 1 is getting rid of money fears. What do you mean, Adina? First of all, we have to recognize if we have any fears surrounding money. Think about how you may have grown up. Perhaps you grew up in a household where money was always very tight. There wasn't a whole lot of money that was around, and so every single cent had to be accounted for. Maybe there wasn't a whole lot of extra money that was left over to be able to do some of the fun things, or maybe to be able to participate in different student activities or in sports or things like that. Maybe where you find yourself, you may not have all of the different resources that you need, but you're definitely looking to improve that picture. Well, here's the good news. Just because you experience different things in your childhood surrounding money, either not having enough money or the money was never allocated to different areas such as savings or making sure that you created a retirement fund or creating college savings, that doesn't mean that your story has to be the same. Sometimes we end up taking different fears that we had surrounding money into adulthood. Sometimes that fear of lack, fear of running out, fear of not having enough, fear of not being able to compare ourselves maybe to a favored sibling or to another family member or even to our own friend circle may end up holding us back. And so one of the first things that you have to make sure that you do is be very honest with yourself in reference to where you are and how you feel about money. Maybe you had money growing up, or you had enough to be able to meet needs as well as be able to participate maybe in sports or in other type of activities. But when you had to approach your parents or maybe grandparents or someone else that helped to care for you about money, maybe they made you feel bad about wanting to do something with your money. That can also lead to other fears into adulthood. And sometimes we don't realize that we end up really kind of operating in the extreme sometime, whether overspending, underspending, being way too frugal with your money. And so if you can come to terms with the fact that you do have certain money fears, go ahead and write them down. Write down how you feel about how you spend, when you spend, why you spend. And this is just an exercise for you, because if you can be very honest about where you stand in reference to how you feel about money, where you spend your money, and also whether or not money is any type of reflection on yourself, it shouldn't be. But sometimes we do carry certain feelings about monies. It's going to help you to be able to address specific fears that you may have about money. And that's one of the things that I typically address with my financial coaching clients is, how do you feel about money? And if you need some additional help with that, that's something that we can definitely speak about a little bit later on. Tip number 2, do you understand how money grows? So let's say, for example, again, speaking about maybe some of your childhood experiences regarding money. Maybe you had parents that were very great at saving money, but they just didn't like to spend money on a lot of different things, just because. Maybe you didn't have a lot of family vacations, or maybe they were making enough money to be able to cover your basic needs as well as be able to fund some of those extra fun activities. And so you never had a chance to be able to understand how money grew or how they even brought in money into the household. Can anybody but me say that? I know that I was definitely there. My parents, the only time I heard my parents quite honestly speak about money was when it was time for them to pay bills, or if they were arguing because there wasn't enough money to be able to pay bills and to be able to meet needs. Am I out here by myself? I hope not. So one of the things that you need to know about money is you may have particularly grown up with older people that didn't really believe in keeping money in a bank or making sure that they had specific investments where their monies could grow. That should not be your story. You can write your new financial story. And so one of the ways that you can understand how money grows is by making sure that you are putting your money in different types of investments or instruments that will help your money to grow. And so one of the ways that money can grow is through interest. So that's pretty much whatever your bank or a lending institution, perhaps you may decide that you want to invest monies through the stock market, through mutual funds, whatnot. And so based upon how well that the market may do, or depending upon whatever that financial institution may offer, then you will have a certain amount of interest that your money will have, and you'll be able to grow that money. Well, one thing we can definitely assure you about is that money will not grow if it is not put in an environment where it can grow. What do I mean? Your money will never grow if you keep your savings under the mattress. Your money won't grow if you're keeping it in a sock drawer and you're just kind of keeping it for that one-time rainy day fund. Now, I'm not saying that you can't have little stashes of money that are accessible when you need to be able to grab it. But if your money is not in a place where it's growing, such as in an interest-bearing savings account, perhaps in a money market account. Maybe you may be saving monies in an IRA or in a 401k where your monies can grow. Even in life insurance, that is definitely something that you want to be able to explore and consider. And so another way that money can grow is, let's say that you decided you wanted to be able to buy an investment property. Yes, you would be spending money to be able to obtain the property. Perhaps you may have to do certain updates or upgrades on the property. But if you decide to go ahead and rent out that property, then you're going to be growing your money, because you're not only going to be paying for the mortgage, if you have one on that property, then any rental income that you have that ends up exceeding the amount of your monthly mortgage payment is now growing your money. That's a passive way for you to be able to make money and for your money to be able to grow. So there's active ways of being able to grow your money, and that is obviously through things like working, whether you're working on someone's job or you're creating streams of income as a business owner. You definitely want to be able to do that, but then also to be able to have passive revenue streams, such as making sure that you have rental property, or making sure perhaps maybe you may be doing something like affiliate marketing, or you love selling other types of things that may bring you commission. That could be something that you may want to consider. I also want you to consider, in reference to those passive income streams, if you're a good writer or you're a speaker, maybe you may want to consider writing a book that is an activity that you do only one time, and it continues to bring you money when you sleep. Be thinking about that as you choose to go ahead and think about different ways that your money can grow. Tip number 3, knowing what you have. It's really important, before you can even feel more comfortable about increasing your financial wellness, you have to know what you have. Adina, what do you mean by that? I mean that it's extremely important that you know how much money that you have coming in on a monthly basis, whether it's through working, through a side business, through other type of endeavors that you may have, as well as knowing how much is actually going out in expenses. If you don't know how much you have and how much you're spending on a regular basis, you'll never be able to improve your financial outlook. So it's very important, of course, that you keep track of things such as your regular household expenses. Perhaps it's rent or mortgage, utilities. Perhaps you may have regular upkeep for your vehicle, insurance, health insurance, things like that. Certainly childcare if you do have children. And so you want to make sure that you're tracking that. But one of the things that we tend to overlook, especially when we're talking about spending, is how much are we spending on what I call discretionary expenses? How many times do you go out to eat during a week? How many times do you go out to eat or hang out with your friends? Perhaps you like to go out to the movies, or maybe do other types of activities that may cost money. There's nothing wrong, of course, with being able to have certain entertainment expenses. But if you begin to start tracking how much you spend on a regular basis, it would probably think about what you may be able to do. There's nothing wrong with you being able to go out, but perhaps you may want to consider, maybe I should only go out once a week, or maybe every 2 weeks, or perhaps maybe just having that big fun day once a month. And so when you know where you stand in reference to your income and expenses, you can begin to create a budget. Now, please wait. Before I have any of you turn off, please don't run when I say budget. Let me give you something very empowering about a budget. A budget is doing exactly what we've been speaking of, literally tracking your income and your expenses, anything that you've spent money on. Guess what? You are the boss of your budget. That's right. Y-O-U. You are in complete control of that budget. And so what I like to do is, when I end up coaching my clients, I like to share with them that you have the freedom to be able to assign your money. Doesn't that sound good? assign it. Do you supervise anyone where you can actually delegate assigning different tasks or assigning different roles to different people to be able to do things on your behalf to make sure that your department or your business is growing? Well, guess what? You are in complete control. You are in complete control of your monthly budget. And so you can assign your money to paying those bills. You can assign your money towards savings. You can assign your money towards an emergency savings fund. You can assign your money towards retirement. You can assign your money towards entertainment expenses. And ladies, let me not forget about, in some cases, for those of us who may be shoeaholics, yes, shoeaholics, shopaholics, yes, everything in moderation. The budget doesn't tell you what you can't do. It tells you how much room you have to be able to do the things that you want to do. And so your budget can be based upon, of course, short-term goals as well as long-term goals. And so the great thing about a budget is, especially having a written one, is that, again, you are in complete control of what you do with that budget. And there's no one but you who's in control of that. Remember that people end up using a budget even to be able to save for things like fun vacations. Maybe you want to be able to create savings for your children, for your grandchildren, for nieces and nephews, for others that you love. Perhaps you may even want to be able to create a budget where you can delegate a certain amount of monies to be able to help towards your favorite charitable cause. That can all be a part of your budget. And so one free tip that I'll give you regarding a budget is you can definitely consider setting up a free budget through the Mint app, M-I-N-T, like the mint leaf. If you go through the Mint app or through mint.com, it'll definitely help you to be able to get a free tracker, absolutely free, no cost to you, in how you save your money, how you spend your money, and different ways for you to be able to plan. So I definitely go ahead and recommend that you may want to take a look at it. And guess what? A woman who has a budget and knows what's coming in and what's going out is an empowered woman. And that's you. And if you want to be able to get there, take the small baby steps. Make sure that it is a written budget and one that you can hold yourself accountable to. And if you don't really have the willpower for the accountability, you can always consider someone else who takes really good care of their money. Maybe it's a sister, maybe it may be a sister friend, or someone else that you know will definitely hold you to a specific standard. And so you definitely want to be able to consider that. That is definitely keeping you on the road to making sure that you're increasing your financial wellness during this pandemic. Number 4 is making sure that you are protecting your income and your assets. What do I mean by that? If you are still working in a regular job, in a W-2 job, do you have specific leave that's available to you if you ever had to go out sick for a specific amount of time? If you're a business owner, what happens if your business has to be shut down, for example, because of COVID-19 and because of other issues? Many businesses were negatively impacted because you couldn't physically go back to a brick and mortar store, or you may have had to switch to do things online. Have you made sure that you have put in specific types of protections that will help you? Even as a business owner, if you get sick, are you the only person that can make sure that you can make certain financial decisions on behalf of yourself? I'm going to talk to every woman, whether you're an individual that's working for a company, or if you are actually working for yourself or you have your own company. Who has the right to speak on your behalf when you can't do it for yourself? Think about the many people who unfortunately get into accidents. Perhaps they may have to go out and have surgery. Perhaps it may be a situation where they may have a medical situation and they're not able to actually convey their own desires because they're unable to speak. Make sure that you are taking time to be able to understand who can actually be my advocate for me if there ever came a time that I could not advocate for myself, that I couldn't speak my own issues, and I wanted to be able to convey what my wishes are. So now is the perfect time for you to be able to go ahead and take a look at certain things like making sure that you have a financial power of attorney. That financial power of attorney could be a limited one. For example, if you got sick, if you had to be in surgery, if you had to go through longer term rehab, is there someone that you know and trust that could make specific financial decisions for a certain period of time if you could not, again, speak for yourself, if you couldn't advocate for yourself? Also be thinking about whether or not you have certain protective things like a will in place. Wills can, of course, be revised and updated at your, convenience. But just keep in mind that especially if you have younger children that you may be caring for, whether they're your children, your grandchildren, perhaps nieces and nephews, or even friends' children that you may be responsible for, you want to make sure that you do have specific wishes that are outlined that actually say, hey, this is how I would like for these children to be provided for if for some reason I'm unable to take care of them, or God forbid the worst happens and you're no longer here to be able to do it. Be thinking about that. And then also, one of the final things that I want you to make sure that you're thinking about is if you ever needed to be in a position where you had to make sure that you expressed, hey, listen, I know that I only want a certain type of medical treatment. And if something happened to me where I was unable to take care of myself, I only want these specific medical measures to be in place. It's definitely the best time for you to start taking a look at implementing a living will. Why is this important? If you do not have specific written wishes that are in place way before anything potentially happens to you that could impact both your income and your assets, it's extremely stressful for your family, for your loved ones, for your friends, especially if they don't know your wishes. And again, you can start having certain things put in place that can help you to protect yourself, protect your assets, to be able to protect your income. And so that's definitely something that you definitely want to take advantage of. And then finally, as you begin implementing the first 4 tips that I mentioned before, getting rid of your money fears, making sure that you understand how money grows, knowing what you have, especially in establishing a budget, and protecting your income and assets. Tip number 5 is you are going to grow in your financial confidence. Confidence is key, we know. And so as you begin to start moving into different things and you begin to start learning things, reading books, perhaps even joining financial literacy clubs for women, you are going to definitely soar. You are going to have such great confidence and you're going to feel supported knowing that you're not in it by yourself. And guess what? There is no gotcha police. There is no gotcha police. You can always hit the finance restart at any time in your life. And that's definitely encouraging. I wanted to thank you so much for taking time to be with me today. I hope that these 5 financial tips to increase your financial wellness during a pandemic have been helpful to you. Before I leave, I wanted to offer you something very special. For the first 15 women that sign up today, I wanted to offer you a free 20-minute financial consultation, no obligation, completely free. For the first 15 women who sign up, you can go to my website, which is Fortitude, FortitudeFinc.com. So FortitudeFinc.com. You can go ahead and sign up for that free 20-minute consultation through my website. If you go to the main page and scroll down to the bottom, there's a way for you to be able to go ahead and book that session with me. I hope that you will definitely take time to be able to do that. I would love to be able to meet each and every one of you. And I hope, again, that this information has been very helpful. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day to learn these tips, and I look forward to you growing in your financial confidence. You can do this, ladies. I definitely look forward to hearing from you soon. Take care and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye for now.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman Soar 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
I was 21 years old. I was living in New York City. I had a great job and was doing my master's degree. The next logical step was getting married. So that's what I did. At first glance, it looked like I had it all. If my life were a series of Instagram pictures, many people would be jealous of the life I was leading. To many, I was living the dream. But whose dream? It definitely wasn't my dream. I was miserable, unfulfilled, and depressed. It took me a long time to realize what the problem was. And it was not an uncommon problem. I was doing what I thought I was supposed to do because everyone and everything around me told me so. I felt like I was drowning with every breath that I took. I felt like just a mouse in a maze. I had no identity. I had no joy. And I had no idea how to fix this situation. There was nobody I could talk to. I was terrified to talk to my husband or my family. I knew that if I expressed how I felt, I would be judged. They wouldn't understand. They would make me feel guilty and criticize me. They would be ashamed of me and tell me to be grateful for what I had. The anxiety of wondering what they might say or might do was crippling. I was lost. I became more miserable as time went on, and it started to show. My relationship with my husband began to get worse as well. I wasn't happy with myself. So how could I be happy with somebody else? How could I be a good wife and a partner? Having a child was something I always wanted. And deep down, I thought that perhaps having a child would give me purpose and help me come to terms with the life I was living. I put a lot of pressure on the arrival of my little boy to solve all my issues. Big surprise, it didn't work. I was just as miserable, but now more exhausted. I felt more trapped and had even more guilt than before because I was now also responsible for this little life. The next thing I did was probably the bravest and most irresponsible thing I've ever done. I left. I got to the point where I could not keep worrying about what everyone else thought. I finally hit the point where none of that mattered. While it was terrifying, it was also pretty liberating. Actually, no, it was super liberating. I had no plan, but I dropped this bomb on my family and left them all. I knew that if I didn't disconnect from everyone, that I would quickly be sucked back into the life that I had been dreading for years. While I felt brave and started to feel like I had my own identity again, there were repercussions from my actions. Life did not improve in the ways that I had hoped, at least not right away. After disconnecting myself from my entire support network, I found myself homeless on the street with a young son. And now my worries were more about where are we going to sleep and would my son get to eat today? I questioned my decision. I questioned my decision to leave a lot during this time. Was I wrong? Was I acting entitled? Was my decision to leave everything and everyone a shameful act? The guilt grew and grew. Was I putting my own son in jeopardy simply because I didn't feel fulfilled? It took everything in me to keep from crawling back to the life I once had. It would have been so easy just to give up on my dreams, lose myself back into the monotony that was slowly killing my spirit. But at least my son would have a roof over his head and food in his belly. These were really dark times for me. I would love to share with you that there was some magic pill, a silver bullet, an epiphany happened, and that my focus immediately changed. And life was a smooth sailing then on. But this is not an infomercial, and I certainly didn't live inside a Hallmark movie. What I did learn, though, changed my life for the better. I learned that I was resilient. Being alone, cold, and hungry often provided me with time to reflect and become much more self-aware. I started keeping a journal. I would write down my thoughts, my feelings, ideas, and goals. Oh my God, crazy goals. This is something that I've later learned is simple, yet essential. It's an essential tool in the success of many people. Journaling, writing, and rereading my journal really helped me become more aware of my strengths and my weaknesses. I now know that you can probably go out and buy 100 different books on how to overcome weaknesses, how to become more well-rounded, and how to be a balanced member of society. But I have taken a little bit of a different approach. I like to make a list of all my strengths and weaknesses. You know what? Why don't we all do this together right now? Just grab a piece of pen and paper. Come on. Draw a line in the middle. Let's start with your weaknesses. It's usually easy to put ourselves down. So let's get that right out of the way. Remember, let's be honest with ourselves here. There's no judgment. But if we're not honest with ourselves, it's impossible to grow and improve. Come on, I'll wait. Write those weaknesses down. It's easy because you keep reminding them to yourself every day anyway. So just write them down. Come on. Keep going. Okay, let's see what we've got. How many weaknesses we've listed? 1, 2, maybe 3. Yeah, I can feel you. I can feel you. So how many do we have in total? 3, 4? Sounds right, about right. Okay, now let's go to our strengths. Job related, relationship related. List all of them. Yes, think about your strengths. List all your strengths. I'm waiting. List all your strengths. How many do you have by now? 1. Okay, maybe 2. Come on, you can think about a third one. Yeah, you can do it. I feel you. I find that it's really, really hard for people to see their own strengths. When I'm coaching people, we spend a lot of time working on uncovering strengths. People tend to find it easier to criticize themselves than to see their own strength and value. This is an exercise that I have done over and over and over. But the first time I did it, I had an entire page of weaknesses. It didn't show that I was weak or useless. It showed how little value I put on myself. My confidence and self-esteem were barely existent. But when I looked at my strengths, it was a small, tiny list. It had 3 words in it: resilient, energetic, ambitious. I did not think much about myself, but I knew I was a survivor. I knew that I had energy. When I found something that I was passionate about, I was ambitious. Throughout all of these dark times, I always wanted more for myself and my family. So what's step 2? Do we have to work on our weaknesses? Would it surprise you if I said never? The way I see it, we can spend our time trying to correct our weaknesses, make them less of a weakness. Or if we're lucky, maybe make it into a strength. Do that with every single weakness you feel or think you have. And you're probably going to be ready to start succeeding right about the time you're ready to retire. Or you can take your strengths and double down on them. Focus on what you're already good at, what you already care about, what already motivates you, and do more of that. You will be more likely to be willing to put time and energy into something that you know you're good at. And guess what happens then? You become better. Wouldn't it be nice to be on an upward spiral instead of that downward spiral that so many of us have been on? So next thing I would like you to do is this. Take your weaknesses and just put a big X through them. Don't worry about them for now. Now, I'm not saying completely ignore them, but in general, let's leave those weaknesses right there on that paper. But take those strengths. Now take each one and write beside it. What could you do to make this strength even better? What could you do with this strength that could better your situation? What could you do to make this strength work for you? I believe that being a balanced person, working on your weaknesses, and in a constant loop of self-improvement that comes from lack of self-esteem is extremely destructive. I believe that this sort of cycle comes from the way society has been structured. And I feel that this was part of the issue for me when I was struggling. But rejecting that idea, I'm not good enough, and instead focus on being great at what you love and forgetting about the things I'm not good at or I don't like. It sounds simple, but there are not many who do this. I promise you that if you do it, it's not only liberating, but it's empowering. For me, it enabled me to get off the street, build a life for my now 2 children, and support them as a strong and independent mother. Most of our lives, we live in uncertainty, and we continuously seek for certainty externally. And by doing so, we are simply looking for that certainty in the wrong places. We are the certainty. Our strengths are our certainty. We all have a choice. And once we realize and embrace that, we not only get certainty, but we get stronger. We not only overcome challenges, but we gain confidence. We build resilience to face future challenges. And we not only succeed, we soar. I am Veronica Natzia, a J. Shetty self-development high-performance coach. I speak 7 languages. Being multilingual is something that I now list on those strengths. I'm the COO of Hudson International Logistics, and thanks to DJ Sherry and the J. Sherry Certification School and their powerful and empowering community, I now run my coaching business in which I get to fulfill my purpose to serve and help others. I'm also now able to pass on some of my experiences and hopefully a little bit of inspiration to those who may be in different stages of their journey as I once was. My vision is to show every woman on this planet that anything is possible because we women are more powerful than we know. My motivator in life is my mission to end child hunger. Now, allow me to let you in on a little secret. I still invest time to do and redo my strengths and weaknesses chart. And I love looking back at my old charts. It's really amazing to see that I don't even spend that much time writing my weaknesses down. Not anymore. It's not that I don't have them. Of course I do. We all do. I just don't care about them anymore. I hope my story provided you with a different perspective on life, a perspective that can change your life from just existing to living. Stay in touch. Pay me a visit from time to time. You can find me on Instagram or Facebook. My handle is Veronica Natzia. Thank you. Remember, always remember, you are stronger than you think you are.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman Soar 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.
Are you ready to live life confidently? I said, are you ready to live life confidently? All right, so I can't hear you, but I'm going to need you to type it into the chat. I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay, that looks a little bit better. I want to take you on a date. Okay, ladies, let's go on a date. 5-star restaurant, your choice. We are going. We arrive to the building and we see this beautiful outside setting. We go inside. We're greeted by such a lovely host who takes us to the corner booth. As we get in our booth, we're greeted by our waiter who gives us a nice warm cloth to wipe off our hands. We take a look at the menu. Everything looks so good. We look around. We see the beautiful pillars in the building. We see beautiful paintings to the left and to the right with such detail. And we see sculptures like none other. The ambiance is perfect. The detail in the carpet is so beautiful, like you've never seen before. Your waiter comes back in record time with your food, and they present you with this beautiful, beautiful cup. It is 24 karat gold plated. To your imagination, well, you think it's 24 karat gold plated, but then the waiter tells you, oh no, this is real, one-of-a-kind, handcrafted gold chalice. If you take a look, you'll be able to see the diamonds and the pearls and the rubies that are all around the glass. This is a one-of-a-kind masterpiece. This is a beautiful chalice. And you hold it up and you're like, me? This is for me? And the waiter just looks at you nicely and says, oh yes, this is for you. As you begin to examine it, you give it a 365 view. And as you turn it around, you see that the light is hitting it ever so perfectly and beautifully. And you are just in awe of how beautiful this cup is. And so it has your favorite drink in there, okay? Alcoholic or non, I'm not gonna judge you. As you begin to pick it up, you're still admiring how amazing, how beautiful it is. As you put it to your mouth, you begin to see that there is some crusted, caked on food right on the inside. And as you begin to shake it a little bit, you see hair, but not one hair. You see two hairs just floating in there. And then upon further examination, you see a little bit of particles that you're not able to really identify. You look at the beautiful glass and you ever so kindly, you just put it down. How did that make you feel? I don't know about you, but I can only imagine that your face did a little bit of, ooh, oh no. Exactly. Before we get any further, let me introduce myself. I am Cherise Styles. I'm the CEO and founder of Warrior Confidence, which is all about building the confidence and self-esteem of girls and women. I am a confidence coach and a modeling coach, and it is my job, my duty to help you live your authentic life with confidence and with boldness. And so I'm so glad that you are here today because we are on a mission to live life confidently. Are you ready? Are you ready? I am so ready and so excited. And so I'm just going to be completely honest with you and give you the five tips on the things that prevent you from living your confident life. And if you can agree with me, please don't let me be out here by myself. Are you ready? Let's start with the first one, which is replaying past failures. I can't begin to tell you how many times playing over and over in my head the things that I've done wrong, the rejections, the hurt, my good intentions that just did not play out how I wanted them to. I was devastated. I was hurt. You have been hurt. There have been points and times in your life where you have been devastated. This pandemic, year 2020, has knocked you off of your end. You have been knocked down and hurt. And what I don't want you to do is to continue to replay, oh man, but I could have done this and I should have done this. And if I could have just, stop playing over and over in your head the past failures and rejections. All that does is leave you stuck. I don't know if you've heard this before, but stuck on stupid. I'm not calling you stupid, but that's what happens. I was stuck on stupid. Like, just dumb, okay? So we have to stop replaying the past failures. Number 2, laziness, which is often tied up in relaxation. We say, oh, I need to relax. I need a break. I need some time to myself to think and be. Meanwhile, there are things that you have to do. Your life is passing you by because you keep saying, I need to relax. I'm stressed. I cannot. I understand. Yes, there are times when you have to relax, where you need to decompress and all of that good stuff. Don't get me wrong, but you know when you are covering things up and you are not doing what you need to do, you're calling it relaxation. But it's really laziness because it takes work on the inside to really live a confident life. Oh, we can look confident on the outside, but on the inside, that's where the true work takes place. Let's not be lazy. Let's not do it. Number 3, procrastination, which is often, it comes in the form, procrastination, it really is insecurity. So what is it that you have been procrastinating? You've been putting off to the side. That makes better sense. What is it that you have put on the shelf for tomorrow? Oh no, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll address my thoughts tomorrow. I'll go to therapy tomorrow. We fill up our days with all the easy things. We do the easy things first. And then when it's time to start the hard thing, oh, no, we can't do it. It's time for bed. I am so tired. Tired. Procrastination. We procrastinate. We don't address what's going on the inside. So we fill our days up with small, easy, frivolous tasks to say, oh, I did something. Yes, I did. But did you really? Come closer. But did you really? You didn't. You made yourself busy. You made yourself busy. And now you just keep putting things off and putting things off. And before you know it, it's a year later. It's 3 years later. It's 4 years later. But oh no, wait, you look good on the outside. It looks like you're living a confident life. You look like that chalice. Beautiful on the outside, but inside there are particles, there are hairs, and there are pieces and stuff that you don't even know how they got there or what they are. Because on the inside, you are not happy. So you procrastinate. And you put off taking care of the true person, the true you on the inside. Don't do it. Number 4 is arrogance. Oh, it's arrogance, pride. Oh, I don't need help. I'm good. I'm good. Can't you see? I am shining. Don't you see the chalice? Don't you see my diamonds? Don't you see my pearls and my rubies and my bling and my shine? I don't need help. Oh, I have it together. No. What you have is a false image of yourself. What you have is an illusion of who you truly want to be, of who you think you are. What you have is a people-pleasing image issue. You want to look the part, but you don't want to do the work to actually be the part. The glass, the chalice will only look as good, be as good as it is on the outside if it really is that good on the inside. Does that make any sense? Because when people see you, they see the beautiful outside. Yes, they do. Your life looks great. It looks great. However, on the inside, there is mess. There is mess. And people are just, thank you, but no thanks. You cannot live a confident life when you have all of these things that you are not willing to address. That was 4. And number 5, one of the things that's stopping you from living your confident life is not asking for help when you need it. So arrogance is saying, I have it all together. I don't need your help. But then here we go with not asking for the help. They kind of tie into each other. They do. So you could be drowning. Life could be sucking you dry. There's family, mom issues, daddy issues. Your husband is acting crazy. Your friends are nowhere to be found. They're fake. Your children are just getting on your last nerve. You don't know how to deal with it. They are rebelling. Your dog doesn't want to be bothered with you. There's just so many things that are going on, and you're just at the tipping point where it's like you need help, but you're not asking for it. So you cannot live a confident life by yourself. It is impossible to live a confident life by yourself. What does it mean to live a confident life? Ooh, to live a confident life, it means that you know who you are. You believe in yourself, and you are not letting past insecurities. You're not letting past failures. You're not letting things that people did to you or said about you stop you or hold you back. That's what it means to live a confident life. And when you're able to do all of that, ooh, girl, there is no stopping you. How do I know? Oh, because I'm living this. Yes, there are going to be days where it's going to be hard. There are going to be times where you're just going to be uncertain. But you have to remember who you are. Remember, oh yeah, wait. No, wait, I believe in myself. Oh, no, wait. You have to think about what it is that you think about. To live a confident life. It's really simple. It's simple, yet it's hard. It's simple in that, oh, you can remember it. It's hard in that you have to put what you remember and what you learn to use. So are you ready to hear the next steps on how to live a confident life? I need to feel your energy. Are you ready? Let's go. It's easy as your ABCs. You all know your ABCs. I hope. So here we go. A, you have to accept who you are, flaws and all. I had a hard time doing this. And you're probably thinking, oh, Cherise, you're so beautiful. You don't have any issues. What could you possibly need to accept about yourself? Well, let me tell you, people are mean. They are mean. They will chew you up and spit you out and not even think twice about it. And being as though I'm a model, I had to accept the fact that, okay, well, I'm not shaped like the quote unquote regular people of the world. So I would get teased by my body shape. I would get talked about because I wasn't curvy. I'm not curvy. Everything's just a little, it's just little. And I had to accept myself, flaws and all. Like, this is who I am. Believe me, I tried to gain weight. I tried to do the weight gaining pills. I tried to make my breasts look bigger. I tried to pad my bra. Like, I tried to do everything. But you know what? This is just who I am. And so I had to accept that. Accept flaws. I'm not perfect. I have a smart mouth and it gets me in trouble. I had to fix it. Work on it. That's a flaw. I accept that I have that issue and I am determined to work on it. What's your issue? What's your issue? What is it that you're going to choose to accept this day about yourself? And another thing is, I came up with this term called false flaws. It's things that people point out about you that you never thought was an issue. So like my big feet. I wear size 11. I never thought it was an issue until I was teased by this little scrawny little boy in junior high school. That mess stuck with me. And because of that, I never wanted to wear shorts. I was wearing bell bottoms, guys. Bell bottoms. What? Who's doing that? What decade am I living in? I was wearing bell bottoms. I was wearing long pants to try to cover up my feet because I took on this flaw. I never had an issue with it. I never did. Some of you might be your hair color, your freckles, whatever it is. We have to accept that. Identify the false flaw. Say that 3 times fast. The false flaw for what it is and keep on going. That's A. Accept who you are. B. Oh, girl, you have to believe. You have to believe in who you are. Who do you say you are? Not what your mom said, not what your friends, your sister, your cousin, not what people on social media say, none of that. Who do you say that you are? You have to believe that. Believe the good things. Because you will say all of the negative things about yourself. You will believe and replay all the negative things that were said to you and say that this is just who I am. Because so-and-so said it. Because so-and-so said it. Believe the good things about who you are. Because those good things are really great. You may think it's good or okay or mediocre, but you are phenomenal. You're phenomenal. Believe it. And then C. Ooh, You have to conquer your mind. Conquer your mind, conquer those thoughts. You have to see life with the glass half full. Oh, it's half full, girl. Ladies, it is half full. When you conquer your mind, you can conquer your life. You can truly then live life confidently. But you have to think about what you think about. That's so real. And I know I can hear you saying, oh, that's so easy for you, Cherise. It's so easy. It's easier said than done. But yes, you told me that. But now how? How do I do that? How do I implement these steps? How do I truly accept myself? How do I? I hear you. And I'm so glad that you're asking that question. And so I have something for you. I want you to join my Facebook group. And it is called Confident Women Living Confident Lives. This group, you will get the practical tools on how to truly face life with boldness. Live your confident life like none other. It is time. It is your time to do so. And I would love for you to join. That way I can coach you. I can coach you and help you to get over these rejections, get over the negative thoughts, for you to truly believe in yourself. I can only tell you what I've experienced and what I've learned, what I've seen and heard from my confident mentees. I'm speechless when it comes to how we can just hone in on the things that really are stopping you. The insecurities, the past, from when you were a little girl, all of those things play a major factor on who you are right now. It plays a major factor in you living your confident life. So I want to open up to you confidence coaching, which we will begin in April. It will be group coaching, and I just can't wait to tackle all of this with you. I want you to leave the coaching sessions feeling on fire, like you can take over the world, because listen here, you truly can. And then let's say you need something like right now. You can't wait till April. I have something for you too. I want you to head over to CheriseStyles.com, and there you'll be able to purchase my ebook, which is called Getting to Know the Real You. I don't know about you, but life has a way of knocking you down. It truly does. You get so caught up with situations and things and family that you can truly lose a sense of who you are. If you are a people pleaser, if you have ever been rejected, if you ever been hurt, or if you just really want to live this confident life that I am talking to you about, I encourage you to get the workbook. It will change your life. It is time for you to know the real you. That way you can accept the real you. So please get in contact with me. I want to hear from you. I want to be able to see you face to face. And lastly, join my confident crew. I'm looking for more ladies to join my confident crew. And so you can follow me on Instagram at Confident Crew Official. Listen here. It is time for you to take charge and control over your life. You are that beautiful chalice. You are shining. You are magnificent, and you are priceless. Oh, we can't put a price on you, girl. You are worth so much more than you give yourself credit for. And it is time for you to be that beautiful, wonderful, magnificent woman, not just on the outside, but on the inside as well. So let me help you take out that crusted, caked on mess that's been inside of you for so long. Let me help you remove the hairs and particles of your life that try to hold you down and are holding you back. Let me help you clean out the debris and the mess that you don't even know how it got there, and you're not really quite sure what it is. I know that I can help you. So sign up, register. Let's get this started. It is a new year. It is a new day, and it is time for you to live your confident life now. And it is time for you to truly wear your confidence, not just on the outside, but on the inside. And I tell you, I guarantee you, your life will never, ever be the same. So thank you so, so much. I look forward to seeing you on Instagram at Confident Crew Official and on the website, CheriseStyles.com. Have a great day and live your confident life. When? Not yesterday, not tomorrow, but right now.
There is so much going on at Joy Morgan Motivates for speakers, leaders, and entrepreneurs. Are you a leader in your organization or business who is looking to take your leadership and management skills to the next level? Join Coach Joy for the Woman Soar 5-Day Leadership Challenge. Meet for 5 days in a private Facebook group with Coach Joy and like-minded women as you cover topics like identifying your leadership style, developing your communication, shattering the glass ceiling, and more. The challenge takes place April 12th through 16th. Sign up for free at www.joymorganmotivates.com/womansoar. Calling all professionals, join the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network. This online network is a community for professionals who are looking for collaboration and support in speaking, leading, and scaling their business successfully. This group will help you fulfill your entrepreneurial pursuits, sharpen your skills as a dynamic public speaker, develop the leader within, increase your cash flow and scale your business to 5 figures and beyond, network with like-minded professionals, and more. Just search the Successful Speakers and Entrepreneurs Network on Facebook. We'll see you in the network. Are you ready to tell your story and monetize your message? It's time you started talking like a boss. Join Coach Joy for Talk Like a Boss 201 Part 2 in the Talk Like a Boss training series. In this 4-week class, you will get 4 hours of live virtual coaching, 30 minutes of private coaching, signature speech development, product development, and an opportunity to speak at a live virtual event. T-Lab students have gone on to host their own events, start speaking careers, and even share stages with the likes of Les Brown. What are you waiting for? Register for Talk Like a Boss today. Space is limited. Visit www.joymorganmotivates.com to sign up. Did you know that Joy Morgan is available for booking? She's available for in-person and virtual conferences and seminars, as well as podcasts and interviews. Bring a new level of motivation to your next event. Visit joymorganmotivates.com/booking to inquire. Joy Morgan Motivates, motivating you to more.